University falls on the 7th of September, and it is his fond memory that the institution has been holding the Manik Chandra Barooah national level debate every year for more than 4 decades now. We owe our gratitude to the dreamer who laid the foundation of excellence in the higher education more than 100 years ago. Special thanks to the participants, especially coming from the states like Delhi, Uttarakhand, Orissa, Meghalaya, and others, along with our internal, that is the institutions, to the debating competition. I am confident that debate will carry fruitful result in national standard, which will be recorded and would be one of the properties of the institution. Keeping its tradition legacy, offering dynamic quality education to the students is our aim, our dream, our compassion and passion. With these few words, I extend my warm welcome to all present here, as well as get to ready the Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial Talk, to be followed by 42nd Manik Chandra Barooah national level debate. Hope all the participants will enjoy the debate with the sufficient facility provided today. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your words have indeed set the motion in right perspective. We now move on to the next program of the release of the MCB Debate Souvenir. But before doing that, I would like to request the editor, MCB Debate Souvenir, Shri Deepshekhar Kolita, student of Cotton University, to kindly come up to the stage and say a few words. Deepshekhar Kolitak moi agbahi ahi teor boktobyo dangi dhoribole onurodh janalu.
নমস্কাৰ এখন নদী আগবাঢ়ে উভতি চালে পায় গতিপথ দুপাৰে দি যায় অলেখ সভ্যতা বৈ থাকে বাধা নেওচি সাগৰৰ দিশে ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰৰ পাৰত জিলিকি উঠা শিক্ষানুষ্ঠান এখনত অসমৰ বৌদ্ধিক আলোড়নৰ সৃষ্টি হয় ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ উত্তৰ পূবৰ প্ৰথম উচ্চ শিক্ষাৰ প্ৰতিষ্ঠান হিচাপে কটন নামৰ সত্তাই ৰাজ্যখনৰ সামাজিক ৰাজনৈতিক তথা শৈক্ষিক ক্ষেত্ৰখনৰ ভেটি মজবুত কৰিবলৈ লয় সময়ত সন্মুখত বিভিন্ন সমস্যা আহে ৰাষ্ট্ৰৰ হলনি হৈ থকা ৰাজনৈতিক পৰিস্থিতি স্বাধীনতাৰ বাবে কটন আৰু কটনিয়ানৰ স্থিতি স্বাধীনোত্তৰ কালছোৱাত ৰাজ্যখনত থন ধৰি উঠা বিভিন্ন সমস্যাৰ সমাধানৰ হকে প্ৰতিষ্ঠানখনৰ সবল স্থিতিয়ে এই বাধাবোৰ নেওচি প্ৰতিষ্ঠানখনক সমগ্ৰ দেশখনৰ ভিতৰতে শিক্ষা তথা নৱজাগৰণৰ প্ৰাণকেন্দ্ৰ কৰি তোলে 4টা দশক আগত সেই সময়ৰ কটন কলেজৰ মনীষীসকলৰ চিন্তাৰ বীজে বৌদ্ধিক ক্ষেত্ৰখনক প্ৰাণ দিয়ে কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ ইউনিয়ন হলত অনুষ্ঠিত হয় উত্তৰ পূব ভাৰতৰ প্ৰথমখন কুইজ কটনে তৰ্কৰ জগতখনক অধিক টনকিয়াল কৰিবলৈ 1979 চনৰ পৰা অনুষ্ঠিত কৰিবলৈ লয় মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা সোঁৱৰণী তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা লগতে এই অনুষ্ঠানে জন্ম দিয়ে সহস্ৰ সবল কণ্ঠ এই সবল কণ্ঠসমূহে পৰৱৰ্তী সময়ত ৰাজ্যখনক তথা দেশক প্ৰতিনিধিত্ব কৰিবলৈ লয় সময়ৰ হতত কটন কলেজ হৈ গৈ কটন কলেজ ৰাজ্যিক বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় তাৰ পৰা কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় ইয়াৰ পিছতো কটনে নিজৰ পৰম্পৰাক অটুট ৰাখে প্ৰতিবৰ্ষৰ দৰে এইবেলিও কটনে অনুষ্ঠিত কৰিছে 42 সংখ্যক মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা সোঁৱৰণী ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা এই বৌদ্ধিক মহাসমৰৰ একোকি স্মৃতি সাঁচি ৰখাৰ স্বাৰ্থত স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থ প্ৰকাশৰ দায়িত্ব আমাক অৰ্পণ কৰা হৈছে আমি সম্পাদনা সমিতিয়ে অতি কম সময়ৰ ভিতৰত স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থখন আপোনালোকৰ সন্মুখত দাঙি ধৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিছো এই চেগতে স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থখন সম্পাদনা কৰাৰ সময়ত আমাৰ সম্পাদনা সমিতিক নিজৰ অভিজ্ঞতাপূৰ্ণ দিহা পৰামৰ্শৰে ইয়াৰ প্ৰকাশ সম্ভৱ কৰা আমাৰ শিক্ষাগুৰু ডক্টৰ মেৰী বৰুৱা বৰাবাম আৰু ডক্টৰ মুক্তিকাম হাজৰিকা ছাৰৰ ওচৰত আমি কৃতজ্ঞ স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থখনৰ প্ৰকাশত অনিচ্ছাকৃতভাৱে আমাৰ সৰু ডাঙৰ ভুল ৰৈ যাব তাৰ বাবে আপোনালোক সকলোৰে গঠনমূলক সমালোচনা আমি গ্ৰহণ কৰিছো পাঠকে আমাৰ এই প্ৰচেষ্টাক আদৰি লোৱাৰ আশাৰে স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থখন আপোনালোকৰ হাতত অৰ্পণ কৰিছো ধন্যবাদেৰে 42 সংখ্যক মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা সোঁৱৰণী ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থৰ সম্পাদক মই দীপশেখৰ কলিতা।
ধন্যবাদ দীপশেখৰ কলিতা। We are now moving to the formal release of the MCB debate Souvenir. May I request the organizing committee members, the advisors, faculty in charges, organizing secretary and all members of the editorial board to kindly come up to the dais for the process. মই MCB তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ স্মৰণিকাৰ সম্পাদনা সমিতিৰ সকলো সদস্যকে স্মৰণিকাখনিৰ শুভ উন্মোচনৰ বাবে মঞ্চলৈ আগবাঢ়ি আহিবলৈ অনুৰোধ জনালোঁ। Thank you. We will now proceed to the much awaited Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial Talk by Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary. But before inviting Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary for his talk, it is my immense privilege to introduce him before everyone. Well, Indian educationist, scientist, actor, reciter, playwright, poet, novelist, orator, and editor, Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary was born in 1950. He was previously the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University and the Vice Chancellor of Guwahati University. He held the C.V. Raman Chair of Applied Physics after leaving Tezpur University, and then the Vice Chancellorship of the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. From December 1, 2017 to August 31, 2020, he served as the Vice Chancellor of Assam Downtown University. He currently serves as the editor of Doinik Ahom, the well-known Assamese News Daily. Professor Chaudhary received the honors degree in physics from erstwhile Cotton College under Guwahati University and completed his master's degree in the same subject from Delhi University. He then graduated with a doctorate from Oxford University. Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary had been a teacher with Cotton College, Tezpur University, Guwahati University, BITS Pilani, and Jorhat Engineering College. He has served as a visiting lecturer at the Nuclear Science Center and European Laboratory for Nonlinear Spectroscopy in New Delhi. He has worked with the University of Southampton, the Polytechnic University of Bucharest, and the P.N. Lebedev Institute in Moscow. As an investigator in the fields of optics, quantum electronics, condensed metaphysics, nanophotonics, and nanotechnology, he has published in peer-reviewed national and international journals with many reputed research publications to his credit. Under his professional mentorship, more than 20 scholars have been awarded doctorates so far. With this brief, yet admittedly insufficient introduction, I warmly request and welcome Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary to kindly deliver his talk. Sir, please.
esteemed Pro-Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Dean of Student Welfares, other deans and heads of the department, distinguished faculty members of this university, my dear student friends from Cotton College, Cotton University, and the participants coming from all across our country for this Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial Debating Competition. I'm indeed honored to be given this responsibility of addressing this Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial talk prior to the start of the debate. When we studied in Cotton College, and thereafter, we could see that Cotton College was the epitome of everything that is best in Assam, and to a certain extent, also in India. Today, when I came in, the way the cadets, NCC cadets, greeted us, I looked into their body movement, the feet movement, and their, the way they announced their the vocal cords. Everything was excellent. The way we were greeted in the VIP room here by the students, I still recall I was very overwhelmed. When I came here and when I heard Dr. Muktikam Hazarika, his voice, the way he spoke, I wish I had a voice like him. And finally, when Kaitayani came and sang that Guru Bandana, and thereafter certain mantras, I think it was one of the best. And I too wish I could master the notes like her. So long, everything comes under the, if I look back at today's events, everything that Cotton University did was to its this ideal of excellence. So I'm very happy to be here once again amidst where the college, or later on which has turned into a university, where I studied and where I also once taught our student friends, and where I frequently come. So I'm very happy to be here on this occasion of this Manik Chandra Barooah debate. Coming to think about Manik Chandra Barooah, I think we, the people of Assam, were privileged that in the middle of the 19th century, there were a group of people who could dream of a different kind of Assam, which was then tottering under the British rule. We know that at that time the the idea which Lord Macaulay propagated, that we want to create, the idea of the British education at the time was that they wanted to create Indians which are Indian in blood and color, but British in taste and opinion. That was the idea. But then here was a dormant nation which was, bristling with its own talent, and they could mold even this limited opportunity offered by this education, British education, to find finer and finer fulfillment of the self. And that's how we came across a lot of people in Assam, for example, who mixed business and serious kind of social responsibility. If we look back into Lakshminath Barooah, it was he who mixed business, and he did very well at one point of time in Sambalpur. But simultaneously, he also continued his dedication to the Assamese language and Assamese literature. We all know that. That has passed into the realm of mythology, almost mythology, I say. And then there was this Manik Chandra Barooah, who was a friend of B.A. Jagannath Barooah, who was the first B.A. in Assam, coming from Assam, and also a friend of Anandaram Dhekial Phukon, who had the vision of a different kind of Assam, where it will come out from the marshes and the shallowness that was Assam at that time to a new prosperous Assam where the intellect would rule. And it was with this idea that Manik Chandra Barooah came up with this idea of setting up a college in this part of the land. And the way Presidency College at that time changed the contour of academic discussion in India, similarly, Cotton College now started vigorously with all its intention and clear that it is trying to build up a new kind of Assam. And over the years, since its inception in 1901, the way the Cotton College and later on now Cotton University has changed the fate of people of Assam, how they have lifted the poor middle class and the lower class of people to the heights of glory and intellect. That itself is a story itself that has gone into the history. So it is basically, once again, we come back and we pay respect to the person who had this idea of setting up a college in this university, that was Manik Chandra Barooah. And so we pay, on behalf of all of you, I pay respectful homage to him. Somehow, I was very fortunate that when I studied here, that was the period when first quiz was started in Cotton College by Professor Xlii Barooah. And later on, in 1979, when Manik Chandra Barooah debating competition was started, I just happened to join as a faculty of Cotton College. So I could see how the things developed and how this debate slowly took up the proportion of in such a proportion that it could encompass the entire India. Different colleges and universities of India came to participate in here. And there were also very serious discussions in these debates. Once even the idea of debate itself was questioned in this part of the debate. I still remember that the theme of the debate was, debate does not tolerate others' opinions, so it should be discarded. That was the theme of the debate. So in this way, Manik Chandra Barooah debates have always tried to evoke ideas across the nation, new ideas and new traditions, such that we can discuss and we can find out the solutions in a peaceful way and in a very powerful way, through logic. This was the idea of Professor Xlii Barooah when he started Manik Chandra Barooah debating competition. And I still recall his initial, the day it was started, when he stood somewhere here and he was speaking. I still recall how he urged us, the faculty members and the students, to hone the skill of debating, and which is based on logic. I think this is the way the nation should prosper. Nation would prosper not by individual attacks, but by discussing on themes based on logic, pure logic. Pure logic, however, is somewhat boring. That's why in debates we normally see that the students, when they participate, they add kind of drama, and they also kind of, the way they speak, they use the language to create an ambience which is one of its own. So I'm very hopeful that today, as we go into the Manik Chandra Barooah debate today. I don't know the theme of the debate, but then I expect very high level of discussion based on logic and in a kind of a language that can stir people's emotions to a certain extent, and also in a way that they can catch the attention of all those who are present in the room. So because finally it needs to be that we need to catch the attention of the more and more people in the debate, the way we talk, we need to collect, and that is not only true for debates, that is also true for teachers. When you go into the classroom, the same ideas apply. So this is a very right kind of forum to set up, which has given fillip to the ideas of discussion and coming into decisions. So I'm very happy to be here, and we look forward to discussions, and we hope the young generation would use their power of argument and power of such use of skills, their skill, to find the best of the solutions. The entire country is waiting for many, many solutions today, and I guess our young generation will come up with their own set of ideas. That is the idea behind Manik Chandra Barooah debate. I'm very happy to be part of it. Happy to be part again of the ambience, the kind of excitement that it generates, and we look forward to the debate. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful talk. The way you traced Manik Chandra Barooah's contributions to the establishment of Cotton College and highlighted how Dilip Kumar Barooah introduced the first ever MCB debate competition in 1979 will surely leave a lasting impression on us. We have now reached the close of the inaugural session. I request Ankita Harma Bordoloi, the organizing secretary of the MCB debate competition, to kindly offer the formal vote of thanks. Ami udbodhoni onusthanor hamorni porjayot ইতিমধ্যে উপনীত হৈছোহি। মই অংকিতা শৰ্মা বৰদলৈক আনুষ্ঠানিক হলাগৰ হৰাই আগবঢ়াবলৈ অনুৰোধ জনালো। অংকিতা।
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Ankita Sharma Bordoloi, the Debating and Symposium Secretary of Cotton University Students' Union, warmly welcome each and every one of you to the 42nd Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial National Level Debate Competition. I must admit, the feeling of being here at this podium today is overwhelming. It is a testament to the journey that I have traveled, one that has been deeply enriching and transformative. My connection with this prestigious competition is personal and heartfelt. I have always looked up to the MCB debate as a beacon of intellectual vigor and spirited dialogue. I had the honor of being a volunteer during the 40th MCB debate in 2022, followed by my participation in the 41st edition last year, where I was overjoyed to receive the Best Interjector Award. And today, I am here, standing as the organizing secretary for the 42nd MCB debate. It feels like a full circle. Organizing this national level debate competition has indeed been a Herculean task, fraught with challenges that at times tested my resolve. I have surely complained more than once. However, deep down, I am profoundly grateful for this journey. At this juncture, I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed in making this event possible. I am grateful to Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary sir for enlightening us with his talk on the remarkable life of Manik Chandra Barooah sir. Your insights have not only celebrated his legacy, but also encouraged us to emulate his values of integrity and dedication. It would have been extremely wrong if I did not acknowledge the unwavering support of the administration of Cotton University. respected Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, Academic Registrar Sir, Dean Students Welfare, Director Students Welfare. Thank you so much for solving majority of the problems with effective solutions. I'm really grateful to my professor in charges, Dr. Mary Barooah ma'am and Dr. Xlii Sarkar ma'am, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. Thanks for always being a call away. Thank you, ma'am. A huge thanks to Dr. Muktikam Hazarika sir and Dr. Saurabhi Borthakur ma'am for seamlessly hosting the event and making this experience a smooth one for everyone. To our esteemed faculty members, thank you for your mentorship and making this event a reality. Your belief in our potential empowers us to strive for excellence. To my seniors, juniors, and dear friends who have volunteered tirelessly, thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm and dedication. Your hard work is what breathes life into this competition. To all the participants who have come here today, your passion and efforts are what this debate is truly about. Thank you. Thank you for being here, for being the vibrant spirit of this event. Lastly, but also most importantly, a huge thanks to the Cottonians and Cotton University for giving me this lifetime opportunity of organizing the prestigious Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial National Level Debate Competition. Thank you for believing in me. I'm truly indebted to Cotton University. As I conclude, I hope that this competition ignites the flames of critical thinking and articulate expression within each one of us. Thank you once again for being here today, and let the debate begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankita. আমাৰ এমচিবি তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ উদ্বোধনী অনুষ্ঠানৰ ইমানতে সামৰণি পৰিছে। চমু চাহ বিৰতিৰ পিছত এমচিবি তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাখন আমি আৰম্ভ কৰিম। We shall now take a short break for tea. We'll resume for the MCB debate competition after 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Your voice, quality, the way you present it.
Hello. Hello. Here's an announcement to all the participants. The participants who will be speaking for the motion are asked to sit on the right side and occupy the third and the fourth row. And the participants who will be speaking against the motion are requested to sit on the left side and occupy the third and the fourth row. My right side and my left side. So, once again, I would like to repeat, all the participants, please take note, the participants who will be speaking for the motion are asked to sit on my right, and the participants who will be speaking against the motion are asked to sit on the left side. Thank you. Hello. We have among us the speaker of today's debate competition, Kumar Padmapani Bora, Indian Revenue Service. Sir, please give him a big round of applause. Sir.
Once again, a very good morning to our respected dignitaries, guests, participants from across the country, and esteemed audience. On behalf of Cotton University, I, Dr. Sauravi Borthakur, Assistant Professor from the Department of Commerce, would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you to this insightful and thought-provoking learning experience. We gather here today for the 42nd Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial National Level Debate Competition at Cotton University, where our fearless competitors will put their skills to the ultimate test. For anyone joining us for the first time today, Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial National Level Debate Competition is a unique event where competitors engage in exciting arguments for and against a given motion. Keeping the legacy intact, today, we have brought together the finest competitors to battle it out in the 42nd Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial National Level Debate Competition. Sharing experiences and learning from each other is a key building block in developing sound policy and regulatory frameworks tailored to address the needs of the future society. By working closely together, we can create conditions to ensure that no one is left behind. It is a subject that calls for not only information, but also the capacity for critical analysis and compelling arguments. Therefore, we are excited to see how our debaters handle these challenging concepts with clever arguments, humor, and of course, brilliance. The motion of the House today is the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issue of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Before we proceed to the main event, I would like to request our very own Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Ganesh Chandra Wari, to kindly say a few words. Sir.
Good morning to all. Respected to the Speaker, Srijut Padmavati Bora, IRS Secretary, Assam Tourism, Government of India, or Government of Assam, and I respected all judges, respected Dean Student Welfare Professor Manjit Bhasaria, and then all other dignitaries, HODs, faculty members, and all participants, and my dear student friends. Indeed, we have already inaugurated this session with the Memorial Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial Lecture by Professor Amarjyoti Chaudhary, which was fruitful and delighted his lecture in the morning. So, as we know that Manik Chandra Barooah was a visionary Assamese whose leadership resulted in the founding of the then Cotton College in 1901. He was the person who fulfilled the necessity of the higher educational institution in Assam first. Its glorious history starts with the Manik Chandra Barooah, who, owing to huge public pressure, wrote a letter in 1899 in the British government to open the college in Guwahati. At the point of time, Assam was the only British province in India without the college, and the Guwahati is regarded as the most suitable location in the region. Convinced by the argument under the leadership of Manik Chandra Barooah, Sir Henry John Stedman Cotton, by the argument, he accepted the memorandum and then opened this college in 1901 by the name Cotton College. And the son Stedman Cotton was the first principal of the college. Today, I am confident that the debate will carry the fruitful result in national standard, which will be recorded. And then I am actually especially thanks to those who are participants coming from the other states, especially Delhi, Ramses College, and the Hindu College, and then Sanatan Dharma College, and then IIMC, the Odisha, and then Uttaranchal University, Uttarakhand, and then St. Edmund's College, Meghalaya specially. So the debate actually, the topic is very, very important today and very meaningful. The Union Budget 2024 adequately addressed the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. So we have a motion and an opposition also. The topic is actually the time valued. Hope there will be fruitful actually discussion. And then with this small speech, I have concluded my this short speech, and welcome to you all. And thanks, we do best.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for the competition. We also have amongst us another dynamic person who has been at the helm of students' welfare at Cotton University. He is none other than our very own Dean Students' Welfare, Professor Manjit Kumar Bhattacharya. I request him to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor in Sirs, Professor Ganesh Chandra Barooah, sir, Honorable Speaker Kumar Padmapani Bora, IRS, Department of Tourism, Government of Assam, esteemed judges of today's debate, respected deans of Cotton University, my esteemed colleagues of Cotton University, dear participants of today's debate, and my dear beloved Cottonians. So I welcome you all at this particular morning to the 42nd Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial National Level Debating Competition. And as we all know that this competition honors the legacy of Manik Chandra Barooah, whose visionary leadership led to the foundation of Cotton College, and now this is Cotton University. MCB debate was first organized at Cotton College in the year 1979 to pay tribute to this great personality. And this is the 109th one we are organizing this year. This year we have as many as 20 teams, out of which, of course, we have 15 teams from Assam, if I'm not wrong, and 5 are from outside Assam, representing different states and universities, colleges of India. Some of them are Hindu College, Atmaram College, Uttaranchal University, St. Edmunds College from Meghalaya, then Ramjas College, New Delhi. So again, as Pro-Vice Chancellor Sir has mentioned, that this year's topic, as a taxpayer, individual taxpayer of this country, I am also very much interested to the conclusion of today's debate, because it is addressing the Union Budget 2024, and at the same time unemployment, and again inflation, and their effect to the Indian economy. So as a taxpayer, I am very much interested to the conclusion of today's debate. I look forward to a great debate and great kind of conclusion from the debate. And finally, I want to quote a few lines of the centenary song written by the great Bharat Ratna awardee, Dr. Bhupen Hazarika, Hudakantha Bhupen Hazarika, which addresses the contribution of Manik Chandra Barooah, as well as the 100-year-old, 125-year-old, this great institute of in the northeastern part of India. 1899 চন ব্ৰিটিছ শাসন, মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱাৰ প্ৰতিবেদন, প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰতেই কৰিবই লাগিব এখন কলেজ স্থাপন। 1901 আৰু 2001 এই উজ্জ্বল 100টা বছৰ অসমীৰ আকাশত ভোটা তৰা জিলিকিছে হেনৰি কটন কলেজৰ নাও দিছ ইজ কটন ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি জিন্দাবাদ কটন কলেজ জিন্দাবাদ কটন কলেজ জিন্দাবাদ কটন কলেজ জিন্দাবাদ কটন ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি থ্যাংক ইউ ভেৰি মাচ
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we are immensely honored to have with us today Kumar Padmapani Barooah as our speaker. Before we welcome him to the dais, I would like to introduce him in front of the august audience. Well, Kumar Padmapani Barooah is a graduate in political science from Cotton College. He did his master's in political studies and MPhil in international studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi in 2006 and 2008 respectively. He has also done MBA in finance and master's in business laws and taxation from Nalsar University, Hyderabad. Barooah has done a short-term course in public policy from the University of Oxford. He is an officer who belongs to Indian Revenue Service 2009 batch and has extensively worked in the field of direct tax assessment, investigation, administration and tribunal at various capacities as Deputy Commissioner of Income Tax, Guwahati, Joint Commissioner of Income Tax, Mumbai, Deputy and Additional Commissioner of Income Tax, Delhi. He has also worked as Deputy Secretary to the Government of India in Ministry of Textiles in Delhi. Currently, he is on deputation to the Government of Assam and serving as Secretary to the Government of Assam Tourism Department. He is also serving as the Managing Director of Assam Tourism Development Corporation Limited, Project Director of Assam Infrastructure Financing Authority, and CEO of Chief Minister's Mega Missions. Barooah has authored 2 books titled Northeast India in India, Asian Relations, and Discovering the Heritage of Assam, a coffee table book on Assam's rich heritage. This book was published by Penguin Publication, and the foreword, surprisingly, is and very interestingly is written by superstar Amitabh Bachchan. With this humble introduction, I request our student volunteers to kindly escort Mr. Barooah to the dais for felicitation. As a token of respect and appreciation, he'll be felicitated with a selling sadar, memento, and a potted plant. I request Ankita Sharma Bordoloi, our debating and symposium secretary, to do the honors. We also have a coveted panel of experts today who will be judging today's thrilling debate competition. Before we invite them to the dais for felicitation, I would like to introduce our judges in front of everyone. Firstly, we have Dr. Shriparna B. Barooah. She is a development professional with 35 years of work experience in management education and small and medium enterprise development. She was associated with the Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship as head, Center for Industrial Extension, and as director in charge. Dr. Barooah is currently associated with the Northeast Handloom and Handicraft Development Corporation as advisor, livelihoods and entrepreneurship. For the last 5 years, she has been actively involved in facilitating creation of a startup ecosystem in Northeast India and has been regularly mentoring and hand-holding existing and potential startups in opportunity guidance and scaling up. Dr. Barooah has represented Northeast India in various international forums, led business delegations globally, and is actively involved with various industrial associations. Dr. Shriparna B. Barooah received the Bharat Vikas Award for her contribution to the livelihood sector and various other awards for her contribution to education and entrepreneurship development. Next, we are honored to have as one of our judge, Ms. Konkona Goswami Bharadwaj. She is currently a faculty of law from the National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam. She is a member of the Assam Wetland Authority under the government of Assam. She was also associated with Prague News and Northeast Live as a former senior journalist. Madam Bharadwaj is a regular columnist at various national and international newspapers and research journals. We also have a stars today, Anshuman Barooah. He got his master's in economics from Guwahati University and went on to obtain his MPhil degree from Jawaharlal Nehru University. At present, he is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Economics, Guwahati University. Earlier, he worked as a guest faculty in Shyam Lal College, New Delhi, worked as visiting faculty at Tata Institute of Social Sciences and Indian Institute of Bank Management. He had worked on various research projects in the capacity of a research assistant and consultant for organizations and institutes like Border Security Force, Delhi School of Economics, and Omiya Kumar Das Institute of Social Change and Development, and had also managed to publish several research articles in renowned journals. His area of interest and teaching include development economics, financial economics, economics of health, and demography. A huge round of applause for all our judges. I request our volunteers to kindly escort them to the dais for felicitation. Our esteemed judges will be felicitated with a gamusa, a memento, and a potted plant. Dr. Sriparna Barooah ma'am will be felicitated by Debashish Barman from PG first semester of the Department of EBWS. Kankana Goswami Bharadwaj ma'am will be felicitated by Arghya Saha of UG 3rd semester from the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism with a small token of love from us. Mr. Anshuman Barooah will be felicitated by Swapnil Datta of UG 3rd semester from the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism. I request our volunteers to escort our esteemed judges to their esteemed seats. The energy now is palpable. Without a further ado, let us begin with the competition. Can we ask for a robust applause as we welcome Mr. Padmapani Bora to take over the session? Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Faculty members present here from Cotton University, respected judges, jury members for this competition, participants of this Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial Debating Competitions, representing various institutions across India, and all the participants from Assam. A very good morning to you all and warm welcome. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to conduct this famous debating competition at this institution. As you all know that this competition carries a great legacy starting in 1979. This Manik Chandra Barooah Memorial Debating Competition has been instrumental in inculcating a healthy and thoughtful discourse over the period. It is little nostalgic for me. As a student, I used to be that side of this auditorium. This famous auditorium, I would say, named after Kala Guru Vishnu Prasad Rabha. Those who are coming from outside states must know that is named after the great literary artistic personality from Assam. So thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me and giving this opportunity. So I would not take much time. Let me introduce to the participants to the rules and regulations of this debating competition. I'm told that the 20 teams are going to argue on the topic that has been given to you today, that Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Each team will have 2 members, one speak for the motion and other one against the motion. So I would request that be precise and place your argument logically. Each participant will be given 4 minutes time and will get a warning bell at 3 minutes. However, the mover of this competition will get 5 minutes and he will or she will get the warning bell at 4 minutes. The mover will get additional 2 minutes, but however that 2 minutes should not be considered for evaluation. The medium of this debate would be in English, and judges' decisions is binding and final. I request all the participants, please avoid personal attacks and unparliamentary words, as using of such words may lead to disqualifications and viewed adversely. I also request you to stick to the time. As you cross the time limit, the same would also lead to negative marking. Opponents, audience, judges can also ask questions to the participants. And I would like to request audience present here, be precise while you ask the questions, and there be no cross questioning, please. So let us begin this competition. I think that is there, so we'll start with the treasury bands, and let us see who is the luckiest person to move this motion. Thank you so much. So, Shivam Mishra, IIMC Odisha, is the mover of this competition. He will speak for the motion. I would like to request him to come to the stage and initiate this competition. And I wish you all the best to all the participants here. Yes, please, you can start.
Hello. motion of the House would be the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Well, hello and good morning to everyone present over here. India. Hello, hello. Well, hello and good morning to everyone present over here. India, a country who has spent over 200 years under injustice. They faced issues and they fought for freedom and finally got to a situation where the life expectancy of a common man was merely 35 years. We had no money, no infrastructure, nothing but just belief. And today, I stand here confidently saying that we are the 5th largest GDP in the world. We are the 5th strongest economy in the world. And we have strength to be called one of the strongest countries in the world. But there itself, this big question arises, that what about unemployment? What about inflation? These are the big issues of this country. And there itself, ladies and gentlemen, I must assure you that it's just a paradox. I know it's difficult to believe, but I am supporting the motion that Union Budget 2024 addresses it adequately, the inflation and unemployment. To start with, I must say that the budget itself has divided itself into 4 parts: for the youth, for farmers, for poor people, and for women, which are undoubtedly the needed one in this country. To start with youth, India has the largest youth population in the world. And of course, because of it, we also have the largest unemployed youth. To change this scenario, Indian budget has introduced for a long vision of 5 years where we will employ close to 4.1 crore people. I must divide this. Well, to start with, we have a scheme where over 1 crore people will get chance to work under the top 500 companies of this country. This will be an enriching experience for every person, because we know that experience is everything. Experience gets you close to what you want. Moving forward, I must tell you, there are also schemes where the first-time workers will get close to 15,000 rupees in a part of 3 installments, which is very necessary, as we all know that first-time workers don't get enough money, which is obviously a big problem in this country. Also, moving forward, we have schemes which will collaborate. We will collaborate with state governments and industries, which is very necessary if you look at, because state governments are also a big part of this country. They have big budgets. Also, moving forward, you will ask me a question that these are not direct employments, right? But the most important thing is unemployment itself is not an issue, but employability factor is an issue. We don't have enough skilled laborers to work for the employment available, and that is why we are focusing more on skill development. Budget has given a budget of 1.48 lakh crore rupees, which is very necessary for education and skill development. Moving forward, we have close to advancements of 1,000 ITIs, which provides manufacturing labors to this country. Manufacturing sector needs to be improved. Moving forward, I must tell, we also have schemes for women. Women are still underdeveloped in this country. We have 50% population of women, and they are not getting enough chance, which is a very sad thing. And Budget 2024 has allocated around 3 lakh crore rupees for women-related schemes, which I certainly feel will improve the quality and employment of women. Moving forward, we have schemes for tribals, where 63,000 villages and about 5 crore tribals will get benefited from it and will get employment. We also have schemes related to poor people. We also have schemes related to urban sectors, where we will get around 2.6 lakh crores for urban development and rural development. And this is the scenario. I know there are many schemes, and every year the budget comes and we all feel that things are very good and classy in paper. What about the execution? But I must tell you, our topic is, are we addressing it? Are we looking at it? Are we thinking, what is our aim? The first step, ladies and gentlemen, of any problem is, are we thinking of it? And we have started thinking of it. The budget addresses it very frequently and very easily, and we will be moving forward as a country, as a nation, for the betterment of country. And I sincerely say that, as Vivekananda said, that wake up run, and don't stop until you achieve your dream. India's dream is to be the best in the world, and we will achieve it very soon. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Chhattisgarh.
Finishes. It is 3 minutes, I believe. That's bell ring. Who is operating the bell? You operating? Is completed 3 minutes, or he'll get another 1 minute left, so he can speak another 1 minute. Yeah. You have time. Otherwise, you can finish also. The house is open. Any question from jury members or the audience? Yes, please. The first one. I can see this black shirt. Yeah. Raising your hands. Yeah.
Hello. Sir, you said in your speech that Mahila Samman Yojana, 3.3 lakh crore rupees will be spent for the women's safety and their employment, basically. So I asked, after the announcement of this budget, West Bengal, in a rape case of a doctor in her hospital only, nothing has been done to her. Everyone is protesting for her except the politician. They are playing their politics, and 10 lakh rupees of compensation is being given to a doctor who earns 12 lakh rupees a year. And 21 advocates have been hired against that girl in the Supreme Court. Those are private lawyers taking charge more than 1 CR. That amount is obviously we are paying as a taxpayer to protect the corrupt government image. So what are your stands, and how can you say that this budget is not fake and real? Thank you.
I totally believe that you are diverging the issue here. Of course, a very unfortunate incident happened with that girl, and it shouldn't be happening. And of course, rape is a very serious issue. But these two are different things. Of course, when I talk about 3 lakh crore rupees budget, it's for every woman in this country, right? And about the case, it's not that nothing is happening. I believe the CBI has taken the probe, and they are investigating the issue. And surely the decision will go in the favor. And about the court proceedings, law is in this country says that everyone has right to defend themselves, and of course the rapists are getting defended. But well, unfortunately, it is the law, and I assure you, we believe in law, and the rights that women needs to get will get. And I request everyone beyond this issue, respect women. There's a quote in Sanskrit, if I can go against the rules, I'm really sorry, but there's a quote in Sanskrit which says, Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata, which means that when you respect women, God lives there, and we have lost our God. Kolkata has lost our God, and we will reclaim them, and we will get women safer. I hope this answers your question. Thank you so much.
Fine. Your question should be stick to the topic, please. Please ask question on the topic only. Don't go any other issues. Yes. Anyone? Only one question. He is raising his hands. So please, who is having the microphone?
So firstly, it was very fascinating to see how you have deceived the entire audience by stating only the part of unemployment, but being the mover of the house, can we conclude that since you have not spoken about inflation, so the union budget of 2024 does not address the part of inflation at all?
No, not at all. To answer your question, certainly we have time limits to address things. Inflation has been a big problem, and there's a downfall in inflation. Last year we had 6.7% inflation. This year we are at 5.4%. We are working on renewable energy, which is of course decreasing the inflation rates in energy resources. We are working towards the agriculture sector. We are working towards the fertilizers beneficiaries, which obviously affects inflation, and we will surely reach the 4% mark which RBI conducts. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we'll start serial number wise. So first is Hindu College. Devansh Jain, he'll speak for the motion. Yeah, please, please.
Anyone, please hand over some water, please. Anyone?
He's looking for water.
Whosoever is setting the timer, I request that you kindly start the timer at the count of 1 of mine. Thank you. Am I audible clearly till the back? Am I audible? Thank you. I'll start on a self count of 3, 2, 1. The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance to those who have much, but whether we are able to provide enough to those who do not have adequate amount. By these words of Franklin D. Roosevelt, I, Devansh Jain of Hindu College, University of Delhi, stands before you to address the House in the favor of the motion. Panel, to discuss the pivotal aspect of our nation's economic sphere, the economic infrastructure, first of all, we need to understand the juncture between unemployment and inflation that surrounds the Indian economy. Panel, this brings me to my first point. If we scrutinize the budget, we notice that the government expenditure for the fiscal year is around 48,20,512 crores, which is around 8.5% higher than the actual expenditure of the previous year, which in turn forces the Reserve Bank of India to increase its repo rate, which would lead to the banks taking lesser loans from RBI, which would again in turn lead to the businesses and the commodities taking lesser loans from the bank, which would again lead in the market that the flow of the money, the flow of the economy will go down, which will impact the economy in a negative manner and thus curb inflation and enhance the economy. Panel, now moving forward, we need to understand some fundamental key terms. A, that what is consumer price index, which is the rate at which the consumer receives the goods in a final manner. And B, what is a wholesaler price index, that is the rate at which the wholesaler, the commodity rate at the wholesaler level. If in the backdrop we observe the economic survey of 2023-24, we notice that there is a huge gap, that the consumer price index is quite higher consequently as compared to the wholesaler price index, which in turn adds that the result of transportation, the cost of transportation is increasing day by day, which is increasing the inflation. But the union budget steps in here and adequately answers this problem. How? The union budget allocates rupees 11,11,111 crores for the transportation expenditure for the infrastructural development, and moreover, the phase 4 of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana has been launched to connect 2,500 rural habitations with all-weather roads. Now, this voyage brings me to my third point regarding unemployment. As Pranab Mukherjee rightly stated, it doesn't spare anyone. Unemployment doesn't spare anyone, young or old, skilled or unskilled. Now we move on. What is the major sector where unemployment lies? It is the agrarian sector. It is the farmer sector where the unemployment lies in the form of disguised unemployment. Farmers are budget states that Annadata, as it says, the budget launches the PM Kisan Bima Yojana, which gives direct financial assistance to 11.8 crore farmers all over the India, and also the PM Fiscal Bima Yojana, which in turn provides assets which would curb with artificial intelligence and technology, which would enhance the farmers' capacity in order to develop employment within the disguised unemployment sector, within the agricultural sector. Now, panel, we need to understand the unemployment is the inability of an individual to get some meaningful work, some beneficial work, which is again brings to my last point. I'll conclude.
Please stick to your time.
So I'll just conclude. If we see the economic survey of 2023-24, we see that unemployment is at high rate. But we have seen that the schemes like employment link initiative and model skill loan scheme have been implemented, which in turn curb the employment.
Your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? I can see one hand raised.
So the question states that the agrarian economy with providing subsidies, providing PM Bima Yojana. Again, the question sticks back to the concept that we are giving subsidies, we are giving fundings in a loan to the unskilled farmers who are not very productive. We are increasing production but not the productivity. What about the cold storage facilities? What about the post-harvest training? What about the better irrigation facilities? Is there any particular scheme in this budget that sticks to highlighting the understructured issues of the agriculture rather than only the subsidies one? Because to address for the points you mentioned are for short-term benefits. What about the budget for the longer run? Is the budget addressing that? Because agriculture is a thing that is going to stay for the future. So how do you plan to increase the productivity of the farmers as well?
Thank you so much for the question. With the due permission of the speaker, may I answer?
Please, please.
Thank you so much, sir. So definitely I would disagree on this point that the budget is of a short-term measure that would address the problems of the nation. But definitely it looks at the outlook of it a longer vision. How? I'll explain with the help of two schemes. First, that's the employment linked initiative, and second is the model skill loan scheme. For what they are investing in, they're investing in the skill development. How is the nation's economy can be seen as growing in a longer term? You need not give subsidies as you mentioned, but we should develop the skill of an individual at the ground level with which they can generate their own employment. And employment linked initiatives are giving farmers as well as students the 20 lakh youth a 5-year period to develop their skills, and the model skill loan scheme around 25,000 students and farmers for guaranteeing 7.5 lakh loan per year again for the skill generation. So while the budget addresses the skill generation in an adequate manner, when an individual will develop their own skills, so they can in turn develop their own form of employment, they can be employers as well, and they can develop their skill, and they can in order to contribute to the economy in a longer run, not on a shorter run as well.
Any more question? We allow only 2 questions. So she is raising her hands.
Okay, simple yes or no question. Regarding all the schemes that and yojanas that you mentioned in your speech regarding disguised unemployment, are those schemes a unique feature in the 2024 union budget, or are they explicitly mentioned in the 2024 union budget? Yes or no question?
Are they unique or they explicitly mentioned? First of all, it stands the same thing that it is unique or it is mentioned in the budget, it stands the same thing. But still, in case you want to add something on the question, because what my interpretation is, you're saying it's the same thing. Is it unique or is it mentioned in the budget? It's the same thing that is mentioned in the budget is unique to the budget, of course. And when we talk about the 2 schemes, I'll add to it. The 2 schemes that I mentioned were the PM Kisan Bima Yojana as well as PM Fiscal Bima Yojana, which would add to the farmers of the country. So it is completely unique, and it has been enhanced. As I mentioned, the amount of farmers that will be addressing nationwide, it will be 11.8 crore farmers nationwide that will be addressing, and it's completely unique and explicitly, of course, mentioned in the budget and has been released by the budget itself.
Thank you. Thank you. No more questions, please. 2 questions already been asked. Thank you so much. So next speaker will be from against the motion. Rahul Roshan Paul, Guwahati University.
Hello. 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 Am I audible?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Shall I start?
Yes, please, sir.
What have you studied? Someone replied, I have done post-graduation and diploma in business studies. What do you intend to do? I intend to apply for the sweeper post in Haryana government. A man named Manish Kumar replied in an interview in Times of India, who was among the 60,000 postgraduates, 40,000 graduates and 1.2 lakh candidates who have studied till class 12 and are fighting for the post of sweeper in the Haryana government. I would like to quote renowned economist John Maynard Keynes. The quote, difficulty not lies in much developing a new idea rather than escaping an old one, unquote. Good morning, respected speaker, sir, and August gathering. I today stand here vehemently opposing the motion being passed that states the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issue of unemployment and inflation in a nation where our educational policy promises to revolutionize by implementing inclusivity and practical learning. But in fact, the ground reality tells a very different story. Be it the Haryana sweeper recruitment drive, or in UP the worst case for where 368 peon posts, over 50k applicants have applied, and including many with PhDs. What shall we say? The PhD holders are rather lining up for the posts that are filled by the school dropouts instead of doing research. As per the CIME Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, reports that the 17% degree holders are unemployed, which is higher than the country is facing economic crisis. As per the ILO report, it is said that 83% Indians who are unemployed are youth. The figures are very concerning. As per India Today report, 36% of the IIT Bombay graduates have failed to get an employment. It is like after investing so much time and sacrifice in studies like telling them to dress up for a photo shoot, and when they are dressed up, we will be telling them that we are running out of the camera batteries. Speaking about inflation, it has been fluctuating from February, it was 5.8% to 3.6% in July 2024. The RBI has been struggling to control the inflation rate. The introduction of the inflation index bonds in the Union Budget 2024, but are we telling the people, the average middle class income people, that you should trade bonds for groceries, because the average middle class bill of grocery has been increased by 15% from the last year. The figure says that rupees 3,750 crore has been invested in Digital Skill India initiative, but we need to look at the ironical side, that are we genuinely creating opportunities or skilling people for the posts that don't yet exist?
Your time is over.
I would like to sum up saying that although the union budget has tried to fill up the cracks with the fancy schemes and policies, the thing is that it is harsh and far away from reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? She is raising her hands.
Hello. So my opinion mentioned about the RBI failed to control the inflation, but the RBI didn't change the 6.5% of the repo rate so that they can reach the target of 4%. So how can their opinion, comment, say that the RBI couldn't change the inflation, couldn't control the inflation?
If you come to the word control, the control means stabilizing the rate. And if the rate continues to fluctuate from 1% or by 2% every day, that is not actually control. Control means when you stabilize. And if RBI has failed to control, that means that it has failed to stabilize. The rate can be going below and going above. So that doesn't fit into the definition of being stabilized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the last question.
Well, hello, sir. You have mentioned that most of the educated graduates or postgraduates are unemployed. But the question is, are they actually skilled enough to be employed? Because, please let me continue. Because a report of Indian Times states that most of the 60%, among 60% of the graduates are not actually skilled enough to be employed, and there are lying plenty jobs to be fulfilled. So how will you save them by saying that they are unemployed? The reason is because they are unskilled.
Okay. When I will say you about a figure that a private school teacher is being paid less than a sweeper in the government, then how can you ideally say that the skills will fit for both of the jobs? When a private school teacher earns 10,000 per month and a sweeper in the government earns 36,000 per month, and how do you think that the skills have been used here? Because I think the teaching skills are more required, respect to the dignity of labor, but the skills of a teacher is more comprehended than any other thing. But here the teacher is being paid less, and how can we justify that the skills are the matter of fact for the unemployment? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. No cross questioning, please. No cross questioning. So next participants for the motion, Harshita Gupta, IIT Guwahati.
Hello.
Please.
As Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar once said, and I quote, "Cultivation of mind should be the main aim of human existence," unquote. The words resonates deeply with the motion of the House, which asserts that the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issue of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Good afternoon, Speaker Sir, and the members of the House. Today, I take my stand to vehemently support the motion which claims that the Union Budget 2024 effectively tackles the twin challenges of inflation and unemployment in the Indian economy. Now, if I were to start with the employment, then I would say the budget had done a fantastic job. We have got the budget allocated for the freshers. So now, for those who are stepping for the very first time into the formal sector, would be getting up to rupees 15,000 from the government, and the incentive is designed to benefit across 2.1 crore youth in India. Now, if I talk about the job creation in the manufacturing sector, then we have the incentive for both the employer as well as the employees, which would be benefiting 30 lakh youth in India. Also, we have a scheme which is specifically designed for the employers where they would be getting the reimbursement if they create additional employment opportunities. Of course, to increase the women participation in the workforce, the government has also decided to set up working hostels in collaboration with the industries. Speaker Sir, I would like to ask the opposition, would any government who truly neglects its citizens make such huge investments in job creation and skill development? Speaker Sir, this budget doesn't only talk about, it acts. It doesn't just promises, it delivers. Speaker Sir, if you go and talk to any businessmen, and they'll tell you the real reason behind why they don't want to recruit any fresher. The reason is not because they don't want to pay it, but because majority of the youth in India is unskilled and unemployable. So the problem is not money, rather it's skill and education, and this budget is directly coming from there. The government will be providing upskilling opportunities which would be benefiting 20 lakh youth in India. Additional educational loans would be provided also. According to the Economic Survey of India, it has clearly indicated that the inflation in India is under control. Prices are under control, and the RBI, despite the Ukraine war, the COVID war, India has been able to manage the inflation at 5%. Speaker Sir, we closely need to capture what Indian economy is today offering. Despite many challenges, we had to reform our bureaucracy, our judiciary, and yes, we have the major sector of our population not being able to pay the taxes, yet we are growing at such an alarming rate, and this run rate has to be 8%, and run rate of 8%, and we would be rubbing our shoulders with the largest economies of the world. With the Winston Churchill's quote, to be perfect, with the Winston
Please
Churchill's
conclude your
to
time.
improve is to change, to be perfect is to change often. I would rest my case, but not my stand. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
This third row, blue shirt, yeah.
I would like to draw your attention to a yojana that was launched in the budget, like PM Vishwakarma Yojana, that are providing training loans for the artisans and pottery making. Okay, so what are we offering? What yojana we are offering to the engineering, medical or the coding graduates? Are we telling that we are running out of the coding jobs, but instead they should focus on pottery making?
Sir, I also come from the technical background. I am from IIT Guwahati, and I don't think so, because as I already mentioned about that, there is a problem that there is the youth is unemployable because it is unskilled. And you are talking about the pottery. It's not like that. Means if a person wants to pursue his career in that field, we can't stop him. But if a person is coming from a technical background like me, I don't agree that there are not employment opportunities, because recently our campus also has having the placement rise, and I can see a lot of my seniors are getting well placed in most companies like Amazon and Google. So I don't agree with your point.
Okay.
Fine. So any other? You already question. So I can see any other? Yes, please go ahead.
I'm Rashmi from Ramjas College. So my question to you is, you mentioned about the 15,000 benefit that the first timers are going to get. So you didn't mention that to get the second installment of that scheme, they have to get an online skilling program. Now there are two problems with it. First, the section that you are targeting, they are technologically challenged. They are not able to access online stuff. And secondly, that is when you're making it online, you are already limiting half of the population. And secondly, what will be the quality of skilling that they are going to get from an online stuff which they need to do offline? Comments on that?
Ma'am, as India has already gone under a phase of digitalization, and we have proved ourselves to be one of the top countries in forms of digitalization. And as you are already talking about the online courses, we already have launched a number of online courses, and we are under the budget we'll also be working towards targeting that youth which will not be able to pursue those skills of online. We'll be working towards that also, so that they could also get skilled offline as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next participant against the motion, Elena Singha, B. Barooah College.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away. But is an apple a day enough to keep a human surviving? Warm greetings to respected speaker, sir, and the House at large. It's evident of the fact that the Union Budget 2024 addresses both the issues of unemployment as well as inflation. But there's always a but in there. But its adequacy as well as competency is still a cloud of confusion. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, sir, the ex-economist of World Bank, Mr. Kaushik Roy, stated that, and I quote, "This is the best budget in the 7th year, but on the whole, it's a disappointment given the current scenario," unquote. Now, Honorable Speaker, sir, I believe the members of the Treasury are very well aware of the definition of the term adequacy, which means the state of being sufficient or the state of achieving sufficiency. But where have we achieved sufficiency in all these years? According to CMIE's Consumer Pyramid Household Survey, in June 2024, unemployment rose to a whopping 9.2% in both rural as well as urban areas. 52 crore Indians, as opposed to one of the members of the Treasury who said that there are no disguised unemployment, 52 crore people are still under disguised unemployment, and that 13 crore are openly unemployed. The plight is such that in the Maharashtra cabinet, only 12 posts for the job of a waiter was released, whereby 7,000 people applied for the same. Astonishingly, 63,000 posts released for Indian Railway Group D employees, for which 2.3 crore people, which is even greater than the population of Australia, applied for the same. There are 30 crore daily laborers in India, and the others are irregular jobs, and regular jobs constitute only about 17 to 25%. Honorable Speaker, sir, the internship scheme offering opportunities in 500 companies over 5 years to 1 crore youth is a much laudable one. But how much is it feasible and how much is it practical enough? Because who are the 500 companies who are going to invest in here? Who are the 500 companies who have given their list in the name that they are going to contribute? Because the fact that the participation of these companies is voluntary, it's temporary, and this has been stated by the finance minister herself. Also, internships can never be equated to full-time permanent jobs and therefore are not directly linked to job creation. Even the Indian labor laws does not recognize interns as permanent employees. Now coming to inflation, the food inflation is 9.4%. In 2014, a daily wage laborer could buy 3 kgs of dal from his daily wage, but today the same daily wage laborer can get only 1.5 kgs of dal. So, which directly implies to the fact that the CII, or the cost inflation index, has rose from 200 in 2013 to 326 in 2024.
Time is over. Please conclude.
So, Honorable Speaker, sir, how do we not question the adequacy in such cases? And I truly believe the fact that when MP Raghav Chadda sir
Please
said,
conclude.
we in India pay taxes like that in England to get services like in Somalia, unquote. Last but not the least, I would like to ask I would like to reiterate the same question that I asked in the beginning by saying that, is an apple a day enough to keep a human surviving? Thank you.
Thank you. House is open. No question? Yes.
Ma'am, I'm Uma Shankar from Cotton University. You said internship doesn't relate to job creation, but I would like to contest your fact, but internship do create job creation through the means of skill development. Even an unpaid intern can develop their skill, which can in fact lead to their permanent job, good quality permanent jobs. Technical background interns are a perfect example for that. Kindly explain that.
See, even the Indian labor laws state that the interns cannot be equated to regular employees. And hence, internships can never be permanent jobs. They are they are done for a duration of time, but they can never be equated to permanent jobs or government jobs that most of the people are seeking in today's day and age. Thank you.
Anyone? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself first.
Hello. Hello, my name is Govinda Upadhyay and I am from BCA department of St. Edmund's College. So you state that an internship can't verify or guarantee you a job, but in my field of technology, if you got an internship in a big company like Google, Facebook and any other MNCs, they will definitely hire you if you are skilled enough. So how can you say that internship can't guarantee you a job? If you are skilled enough, you will definitely be hired. And it's a fact, you can search it anywhere.
I believe the same answer that I gave to my previous opponent is something that I would like to repeat in the same case, and hereby, with this, I would like to conclude my debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So next speaker for the motion, Divangaraj Barooah, University Law College. Divangaraj Barooah for the motion. Is he absent? I can't see. Organizers, can we skip him or? Okay. So, like to invite Simran Chauhan, Uttaranchal University, for the motion. Yes, 3 minutes. Thereafter, you have to conclude in 4 minutes.
I am a proud Indian. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am that proud Indian who has a right. A right to vote, to make laws and policies by giving my that one vote to the particular government. But still, some of my opponents hold that audacity to ask me that this government is not doing anything to eradicate the problem of unemployment and inflation in this union budget. A very good afternoon to the respected honorable panel of judges and all the students sitting over here. Today, I, participant Simran Chauhan, is going to present my sum of views for the motion on the given topic. India's Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget of 2024 and 25 in Parliament on the date of 23rd July 2024. Firstly, in our Union Budget, to eradicate the problem of unemployment, it started with the employment-linked incentive, which will facilitate this youth with the skilling, employment, and many other more opportunities. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for 4.1 crore youth within the year of 5 years of span, with the central allocation of 1 crore rupees. This one incentive is one of those 5 schemes and incentives taken under the pursuit of Viksit Bharat, which aims and focuses towards ample of more other opportunities for all the people of this country. Another incentive which has been taken, that the students and the youth of our country will get the allowance of rupees 5,000 whenever they will go for the internship. With this, our government has promised our youth in this budget that they will provide the internship opportunity to 1 crore youth in the time span of 5 years in the top-notch 500 companies. I do understand. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do understand that the unemployment rate in our country is too high at this point of a time. But how can we overlook the fact that India still holds the rank #1 when it comes to the most populated country in all around the world? Secondly, we need skilled youth. By just holding a degree in our hands, we cannot expect from our government to give us a job which we want. Thirdly and lastly, ladies and gentlemen, as it was also mentioned by our former FBI governor, that millions of people and youth is applying for the public sector job. This is the high time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the high time where we have to understand that we cannot always justify our weaknesses by putting questions on government and on our own citizens. The two terms which are mostly highlighted and hyped up in today's topic, unemployment and inflation. For that, we have reduced and deducted our custom duties and taxes. Firstly, the angel tax, which has already totally cut down from our new tax regime in this under union budget, which was earlier implied on the startup investment, so that people can start their self-investment and can generate more employment without having the fear of paying more taxes. Also, we have reduced the corporate tax from 40% to 35%. It means welcoming of more foreign companies, which will generate the more employment, ladies and gentlemen. According to the article of the Economic Times, it was mentioned that the inflation of our country is stable and under control. But the bad part is global inflation and...
Please sum up.
Yes, sir. Global inflation and coalition parties. In the end, I just would like to conclude by saying we Indians are connected by heart to heart. Deep inside, we take decisions emotionally, and that's it.
Please
Thank
conclude.
you.
So, first row, yellow shirt. Yeah, please.
Retaliating your statement that people are looking forward for more public sector jobs and that government will provide 4.1 crore jobs for 4.1 crore youth in 5 years. In a span such a small number, and that of you are questioning why people want public sector jobs. Okay. Did the union budget talk about anything regarding the private sector working conditions, regarding the overtime, regarding the working hours, regarding the low pay scale? How do you deal with the rising inflation with the budget when your youth is not getting the payment as per the industry standards in the private sector? And then you are questioning again people who are looking forward for public sector jobs, which are already very less in number. So how do you plan to establish a balance between this public sector and private sector via union budget?
Firstly, people are running behind the public sector more and more because of the payment skyline over there. Secondly, in private sector, youth is going, and as you mentioned that the working hours so much, and there is so much of less payment or the salary according to their work, right? So over here, I would like to conclude that according to the skills we get job. If there are more working hours, it means that particular corporate sector is infringing our own skills so that we can be able to get a higher post in that particular company only. As you see that in private sectors, after we get increment and the promotion too. That's it.
Only one question. Who looks? So, this side? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself first.
Good afternoon.
This is my request to all the participants. Please introduce you first, then ask the question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Saksham Tiwari this side from Atmaram Sanatan Dharm College, University of Delhi. Ma'am, you said in your speech that we can't blame the government and the citizens all the time. But my question is that we choose the government to make policies. I myself is a speaker for the motion, but I question you that if the government is not working, if citizens are not obeying the policies, then whom should we blame? Because you said we shouldn't blame the government, we shouldn't blame the citizens if the policies are not followed. Then whom should we blame and what should we do?
Thank you so much for your question. Firstly, I would like to say that if we are the citizens of this country, being a citizen of this country, if we hold some rights, we have some duties too. We are living in a democratic country and we cannot blame everything for government. If I am the youth who is having the zero skills at this point of a time and still expecting from our government that I will be the attorney general at the sub point of time, then how it would see? Obviously not acceptable at all. I am saying that we should never blame our government, as in a way that there are sects which are people following that our government is not particularly doing anything. But we are, if looking to the budget, as you are speaking in for the motion, you are well enough that what is government truly doing and what people are focusing on, what government at this point of time is lacking on. And we, being the citizens, we should support our government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, next participant from Hindu College, Anand Tiwari, and he will speak against the motion.
Am I audible till the back? Thank you so much. With the prior permission of the speaker.
Please.
Thank you, sir. First, the timekeeper, first bell at 3 and the last bell at 4 minutes. I will start at the self count of 3, 2, 1. If I dare to imagine the Viksit Bharat of 2047, I imagine the youth of the country. I imagine the poor of the country. I imagine the farmer of the country. I imagine the women of the country. Honorable Speaker, sir, greetings to the panel of judges and my worthy opponents. Myself, Anand Tiwari from Hindu College, University of Delhi, and I will be speaking against the motion. Panel, if I am here to clear that out, that this issue, the Union Budget 2024, has failed to address the issue of unemployment and also inflation with regard to Indian economy, I will make it clear till the end of my speech. First of all, panel, what we need to understand, it is that no budget lies in isolation. It means that budget is drawn from the economic survey. And in the same manner, economic survey 2023-24 states that there has been food inflation in the country. And the food inflation in the country has risen from 6.6% to 7.5% in the country. But there has been no adequate measure taken by the government in the Union Budget 2024 to curb down the food inflation. And also, there has been no measure taken down to address the price of MSP, to address the food subsidy within the country. Panel, what I am trying to say is that we are talking about the Indian economy, and Indian economy is totally based on the primary sector. Indian economy is totally based on the farming sector and the agricultural sector. And if there has been inflation in the farming sector, it means it is reducing the capacity, the captivity of doing work, doing employment within the farming sector, within the primary sector, and it reduces the employment within the primary sector, and also it increases the inflation within the primary sector. So the Union Budget 2024 has totally demarcated the point of unemployment and inflation. Also, panel, the second and foremost thing is that we need to understand the mover of the house, and some speakers were talking about 5 schemes that has been launched by the government under EPFO. That is the 5 scheme of employment within the country. But they need to understand the gig economy. What is gig economy? Gig economy talks about there has been a side employment, and this scheme is only for the 5 years. It means that there has been rise in the employment, but no, the increase of the graph of the employment generation has been 0. It means that it is only a gig economy concept. It is only a side employment concept which has been introduced by the Indian government in the Union Budget 2024. It means that there has been no employment generation within the country in the graph of the employment production. Also, panel, we need to understand the basic thing, that is Nirmala Sitharaman ji in the speech mentioned 53 times the unemployment word, and she failed to address the unemployment issue. Why I am saying that? If I talk about the inflation within the country, how the inflation works. The inflation works, there has been the currency deprivation in the country. Our own currency, rupiah, is going down by down, and it is because of the inflation. First point. The second thing is that if the currency deprivation is there in the country, there are two major points. The import prices will increase and the export prices will decrease, and it totally means that there has been a foreign direct investment to be reduced in such a way that the import prices should decrease, but there has been foreign direct investment increased to 42.5 billion in the Union Budget 2024. It means that the government is trying to demarcate that there has been inflation within the country and the inflation is rising day by day. It means the government failed. Last point panel, we need to understand the basic agenda that lies within the concept is only of what we are trying to demarcate here. It is the basic idea is how we are trying to engage in the concept. There are two schemes launched by the government for having the sake of the government to introduce the new ideas. There are two schemes. If we talk about the PM Kisan Yojana that has been mentioned by the speakers for the motion, it is clearly vulnerable to the primary sector of the country. How? If we talk about, they have been talking about the transportation sector, they have been talking about the Gram Sadak Yojana, but the Gram Sadak Yojana and the PM Kisan, concluding sir, the PM Kisan Yojana and the Gram Sadak Yojana, it has been only to the rural structure.
Please conclude.
Yes, but it has been only to the rural structure. There has been a lack of mechanism which can't be drawn from the fact that there has been a proper adequacy maintained in the union budget.
Please conclude, your
Thank
time
you
is
so
over.
much.
Thank you so much. So, any question from the house? Yes.
Respected speaker person, respected member of the opposition, I am Roktim Nanajanayok from Guwahati University. So sir, respected member of the opposition, you mentioned that the Indian economy is largely based on the primary sector, but sir, ironically the record suggests that the largest contribution to the Indian economy is made from the tertiary sector, which contributes at least 53% of India's GDP, and the least is contributed by the primary sector, which is around 17%, and 30% is contributed from the industrial sector. So sir, what would you like to comment about this?
Okay. With the prior permission of the speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, if I talk about the economic survey 2023-24, it states that if India wants to generate 78.5 lakh employment per year, it has to focus on two things. The first one is the care economy and the second is the agro-processing unit. In terms of care economy, what we see in the country India, there are some distress groups. I see the women group, I see the LGBTQI plus community, I see the Dalit group, I see the northeastern group, and they need the care economy. Means they are the group that has to be evolved from the structure, they has to grow within the structure. So we need to generate the employment with terms to care economy and in terms of agro processing unit. And so for the care economy, there has been no adequate measure taken by the government. But if you are talking about the tertiary sector includes the care economy and the agro processing unit, which has been mentioned in the economic survey 2023-24.
Thank you. No cross question, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Yeah.
Hello, yeah. Honorable member from the opposition, this is Rajdev Mahanta from Cotton University. My question is, in the beginning of your speech itself, you mentioned the four sections most affected by inflation and unemployment. So may I inform you that those four sections are clearly mentioned in the budget. And the budget specifies that these four are our target sections. So don't you believe you have considered the point?
With the prior permission of the speaker.
Please.
Thank you, sir. The first statement was, if I see the Viksit Bharat of 2047, I see the women there, I see the poor there, I see the farmers there, and I see the youth there. It clearly means that the motive of the union budget has been this, and I also firmly believe that they have to be the foremost pillars of the Viksit Bharat 2047. So the point you are talking about, it is clearly negligible, that if I personally believe that there has to be the four pillars of the Indian economy, and that has to be the poor, the farming sectors, the farmers, the women and the youth, that has been talked about in the Union Budget 2024. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So next speaker, Ankush Roy, representing Assam Engineering College for the motion.
Hello. On my count, please. 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, sir, and respected members of the House, I have bad news for you. I believe the members of the opposition today are suffering from a severe case of selective blindness and need to be tended to immediately. Because despite the appalling lack of relevant facts and having nothing more than speculation to support their far-fetched arguments, they still stand here opposing what is probably the most transparent motion in existence. A very good afternoon to once and all present here, Honorable Speaker sir and the August House. Today I stand before you to support the very important motion raised in the House today that the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Honorable Speaker, sir, I believe there's been a major misunderstanding regarding the motion in the House today. Because the motion clearly states the Union Budget adequately addresses these issues. All it does is that it takes the right steps, the responsible steps towards solving these issues properly in due course of time, and more importantly, prevent them from worsening any further. It does in no way imply that these issues have been solved already. So let me ask you again, does the Union Budget 2024 take the right steps towards solving these issues and fulfill these promises? I say absolutely it does. And I'll have proved it by the end of my time. Let's first talk about unemployment. The Center for Monitoring Indian Economy has stated that the overall unemployment rate in the country stands at around 9.2%. And while the government has taken several impressive measures to improve the employment in the formal sector by introducing a new skilling initiative and introducing a government-sponsored internship program, both aimed at improving the technical skills of our graduates and providing them with valuable work experience to make them more employable as a whole. However, the formal sector accounts for only 20% of all the jobs in the country. It is the MSME sector and the way the budget has handled it that truly deserves our praise. The MSME sector is a cornerstone of the employment market in the country, accounting for nearly 34% of all the jobs, and was ravaged by the COVID pandemic and is finally starting to pick up pace again. And by the government's decision to provide the necessary impetus to this section, and by providing them with the necessary encouragement through the provisions of credit guarantee schemes, and by increasing the maximum limit of the Mudra loan scheme from 10 to 20 lakhs, they have excellently encouraged the people to create more jobs in the economy. Now, Honorable Speaker, sir, I'd like to talk about inflation. Before I get to it, I'd like to talk about what our ex-finance minister P. Chidambaram had to say about inflation in his critique of the 2024 budget. He stated that despite what the official numbers look like, he doesn't feel the things are going good in this country. I repeat, he doesn't feel the things are going good in this country. Now, excuse me for being the spoilsport, but I'd much rather like to believe in official numbers and facts and figures published by reputable sources rather than what an individual man might feel like on a random day with no data whatsoever to back those feelings up. Unfortunately, however, the opposition today seems to be going down the same path because the data is clear for everyone to see. The CPI index for this year stands at around 4.7%, which is a marked improvement over the 5.6% of last year. And we have been repeatedly reassured by the RBI and the Chief Economic Officer that India's inflation remains low and stable and moving towards the 4% target. To realize this 4% target, the government has introduced multiple schemes which are working in coalition to complete this. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, sir, all I'd like to say is I believe it's time for the opposition to finally take off their rose-tinted glasses and see the facts for what they are. Unemployment and inflation are not issues that can be solved in a single day with a single stroke of a pen. These issues have festered in this country for decades since our independence, and they require a long-term approach to deliver lasting and promising results. So in conclusion, all I'd like to say is that if this budget is any indication, I think our economy and our pockets are in really good hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for be strictly adhering to the time limit. Yes, I can see 4 hands. Yes, that lady.
Hello everyone, my name is Swargam Mukutalam. I am from Cotton University. So sir, you have said that the opposition is mistaken and that the union budget addresses the issue of unemployment. So now it is very significant to be mentioned that the term, first of all, railway sector is that sector which generates highest level of employment in India. And it is very significant to mention that the term railway sector has not even been mentioned once by the finance minister in her budget speech, except mentioning the term railways in context of Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, which was clearly for political gains. So now let me ask you the question, does the union budget really address the issue of unemployment if the railway sector has not even been mentioned once in her budget speech? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And I would have completely agreed with your point if railways was the only sector providing employment in this country. But if the government has not mentioned railways, I believe the government has put more emphasis on other sectors which can potentially generate even larger amounts of employment. So yes, the railways may have been missed by the government in employment, but the larger picture is generating employment, which I still believe the government has successfully done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Only one question we will take. Yes, that with the yellow shirt, please introduce yourself.
My name is Yaprik Sharma from JB Law College.
Please.
Through the speaker, sir, I would like to ask this question that it's very hysterical to see how the member does not even understand the motion of the House, because the motion of the House states the union budget of 2024 addressing the issues of unemployment and inflation, while the while the member had stated that inflation has been controlled, but he had not stated even one point how the union budget is addressing the inflation of the country. Thank you, sir.
So I'd like to attribute to the limited time limit that I have to adhere to. But if I had to mention specific points that the government has undertaken to control inflation, there would be the high repo rates that RBI has maintained for the last 13 months in an effort to control the amount of money in the market. Also, the government has taken off import tariffs from the import of petrol and diesel and raw materials for key industries, and has banned export of some goods in order to maintain prices and stabilize prices in the Indian market. Thank you.
Thank you. So, our next participant is Bhushan Kalita, St. Edmunds College. So, it is against the motion.
I would like to start on the count of 3. So, may I?
Please go ahead.
1, 2, 3. Greetings to the House. Esteemed Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable panel of judges, and my worthy opponents and proponents, namaskar and a very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today I stand here advocating against the motion on the topic. The Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Well, if adequately they mean barely scratches the surface, then I completely agree. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, even after enabling myself with this powerful spectacles to vision out everything, I still see the proposition to be very blurred about the concept, because the term adequately means sufficiently. And while listening to the present Finance Minister's speech on the budget, I did not find any points that she has mentioned about employment and inflation. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you would have read economics in the future, in past, then you would know that when we talk about GDP, the GDP comprises mainly of 4 sectors: consumption, investment, government spendings, and net exports. The main problem with Indian economy is the consumption. Well, that means that the people here are not spending money. And why is that so? because they are not earning enough, right? So one might argue with me that how can you say that? Yes, of course, I'm no economic expert, but in last 7-8 years, I've seen my parents discussing about that the richer people are getting more wealthier day by day, and the poorer are getting like government provided subsidies. And also, what about the middle class people? There's nothing, right? Of course. And one more thing, there's no doubt that the opposition members of from the opposition have mentioned about so many points about the other schemes, right? So my question is that how has this been already implemented? Like, what's the execution? Like, I don't see any executions in the past, of course, because last time also, and in fact in 2022, the not only in 2022 but also in the previous years, the government have promised that the India will be the will be at the second largest economy, but it has not reached the place. I mean, how is it possible? And also coming back to the domestic consumption, like our ex economics advisor of India have mentioned that the Modi economics has failed to attract the foreign investments in our country. Why? Because the companies will invest then only when they believe that people will spend more money. So, as if when the people don't have money and sufficient skills for the to contest themselves for a job, then how is it possible? And also, lastly, I would like to conclude my speech with saying that I don't see that in education sectors also there has been a drastic change, because in previous years also so many there are a huge number of money have been promised which will be spent, but then they have not done anything. So I don't know how the opposition is saying that the Union Budget
the time is over. Please conclude.
This is the problems like unemployment and inflation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, any question, you need to answer some questions. Yes.
Sorry.
So any questions? I can see only one hand.
Hello everyone, this is Shivam Mishra. I am from IMC Orissa. Respected sir, you said that India's foreign investments are decreasing day by day, right? No increase in foreign investments. But the data suggests that India's forest reserves are at record high $684 billion right now, which has never reached in the past years. Your opinion on it?
Can you repeat your question once again, please?
You said that foreign direct investments in this country is decreasing day by day, right?
Yeah.
So the data suggests it is right now around $684 billion, which is the highest ever record in India. So your opinion on it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, I would like to...
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so mainly in India, if I have to say this, that in India, mainly there are only 4 major jobs that's available. That is doctors, lawyers, engineers, and disappointment. So, well, for private sectors, you need to have sufficient skills. And I don't see that government is doing that much, that they are providing skills. Of course, no doubt they have allocated some funds, but as I have already said, that also whatever the fundings that's been proposed in the for the budget in previous years, they have not in fact reached to the ultimate limit of that. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So would like to invite the next participant from Treasury Banks, Bhrigumoy Das, KC Das Commerce College.
Hello. So can I start?
Yes, please.
Am I audible to the backside? Okay, thank you. A budget tells us what we can't afford, but it doesn't keep us from buying it. William Feathers. Honorable judges, worthy opponents, and fellow debaters. Today, we are gathered to discuss a crucial aspect of our economy, the Union Budget 2024. And I stand before you to argue in favor of the Budget Union 2024 addresses the issue of unemployment and inflation in the economy. The budget has taken a multi-program approach to tackle unemployment. It focuses on schemes for vocational training and emphasizes on the Make of India inflation opportunities. Additionally, incentives for startups and MSMEs will encourage the entrepreneurs, the entrepreneurship, and hold aware the entrepreneurship process, as well as job creation. The budget emphasizes on fiscal discipline, with a reduced fiscal deficit target will also help our central inflation. Some may argue that budget doesn't do enough to take a holistic approach. Additionally, root cause of unemployment and inflation, it is a balanced budget that prioritized growth, fiscal prudence, and social welfare. That being said, the Union Budget 2024 makes several announcements aimed at addressing unemployment and inflation in India. Some of the initiatives includes increased allocation of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme to boost the rural employment. Measures to control insufficiency such as reducing custom duty or a certain essential and increasing the supply of goods. Speaker Sir, I would like to highlight your point. While passing this budget, PM Modi added, education and skills will get a new scale from his budget. This budget will definitely give power to the new middle class. In conclusion, the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issue of unemployment, economy, and inflation. It is a forward-looking stage for the sustainable growth, job creation, and stability. Thank you.
Done? Yes, I see two hands. Very familiar. So please, yellow one first, yeah.
So you talked about the holistic view in the budget regarding skill development and all. While in budget there is a scheme called Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana with allocation of rupees 4,000 crores for skill development on new age skills like AI, machine learning and robotics. But there is a disconnect between the skills that are being promoted and the actual necessity of the traditional sectors right now, because according to ILO, the majority of workforce is in informal sector. So how do you plan to actually develop the skills in the informal sector pertaining to this disconnect? Because India is still facing a huge digital divide as well.
So can I?
Yes, please.
So basically you would like to ask the difference between skilled and unskilled, right? So I would like to help. Skilled is totally based upon you. Government can only give you the opportunities. It is your duty to take why you are skilled or unskilled. If you are unskilled, then this is your problem. I think that government won't help you out. But ironically, I would say they can give you the opportunities. How do you take it? That is totally upon you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Anand Tiwari, Hindu College, University of Delhi. Sir, you are talking about the Manrega scheme that you have mentioned in the speech. It has been a point of, we can question that the Manrega, the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, it is the one of the major feature that has been introduced by the government, but it only runs for the 100 days within a year, and it promotes the seasonal unemployment within the country. It means that apart from those 100 days, the person will be unemployed throughout the year, which will lead to a certain kind of distress upon the individual because of the unemployment that he or she is facing within the country. So how would you like to engage upon the point rather than providing Manrega from the last 15 years, last 20 years of the Indian economy? Thank you so much.
So can I answer? Yes, please go ahead. So I think you can ask like after 100 days, what will the unemployment will do? I guess. Okay. So I would like to give a small example. While we're doing something, when we do something and it's become habitual, I think we get some new ideas. While performing the business for 100 days, I will surely guarantee the individual will get a few ideas and which will run. We can do the business after the season also. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker would be from against the motion, Nishan Prabhat, IIT Guwahati.
Am I audible? Hello. May I start?
Yes, please can you go ahead.
The Union Budget 2024 has been presented with high expectations, particularly regarding its ability to tackle two of the most pressing issues in the Indian economy, unemployment and inflation. Greetings everyone, I am Nishant Prabhat and I stand against the motion that this budget adequately addresses these two critical challenges. Ever since the dawn of civilization, humanity has been divided into three economic classes, the upper, middle and lower. And it is my opinion that the Union Budget 2024 intends to keep it that way, by taxing the poor and relieving the rich. The Indian economy has been struggling with a significant unemployment crisis, magnified by the pandemic and subsequent disruptions. The latest data reveals that there is an alarmingly high unemployment rate among the youth of India. While the budget may propose various initiatives aimed at job creation, the effectiveness of these measures is at best questionable. For instance, the focus on infrastructure projects, while important, does not necessarily translate into immediate job opportunities for the vast number of educated youth entering the workforce every year. These projects also take years to materialize, leaving a generation of job seekers without viable options of employment. While the budget includes skill development programs and initiatives, these are often short-term fixes. Without ensuring that the industries have the capacity and incentives to absorb this skilled labor, these programs risk becoming mere lip service. The budget also lacks strategies to support SMEs, which are vital for job creation and often the backbone of employment in India. The budget fails to address the root causes of unemployment effectively. The budget also does not adequately address the needs of the informal sector, where most of the India's population is employed. These workers in the informal sector remain without proper social security, health benefits or targeted support. Hence, this results in a limited potential for stable job creation in the nation. Concerning inflation, the budget's approach seems inadequate. While it proposes some measures to boost agricultural productivity, which could help stabilize food prices, it doesn't present a comprehensive strategy to tackle inflation in other sectors. The increased investment in infrastructure, while beneficial for long-term growth, could drive up demand for raw materials and fuel short-term inflation. Additionally, I have noticed that there is an over-reliance on the monetary policy to control inflation. High interest rates may control inflation, but they also dampen economic growth and job creation. The budget should have proposed more fiscal interventions rather than just relying on central bank's monetary policy. To conclude, the budget doesn't sufficiently address the issue of rising income inequality, which is closely tied to both unemployment and inflation. there are no significant measures to provide direct relief to the most vulnerable sections of society who are disproportionately affected by unemployment and rising prices. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I can see two hands, one by one.
Once again, my name is Govinda Upadhyay and I am from St. Edmund's College. So you have said that the budget is not addressing the poor, but the angel tax has been reduced so that the poor or the middle class can start up. So how can you say that the budget is not addressing the poor? The tax was actually reduced so that they can make a new startup and gain more employment.
May I answer?
Yes.
It is in my opinion that a poor person who does not have a technical education or a formal technical education will require to form a startup to upskill his income or quality of life. There have been stringent tax reductions, such as if you have an annual salary of more than 7.5 lakhs, this year's tax regime has increased that. So I don't think the budget still adequately addresses that.
I am from Nerium Group of Institution. So my opposition addresses about the union budget did not adequately address about the unemployment. But the employment and skill and development was one of the main priorities of the Union Budget 2024. And at the same time also, the Union Budget 2024 increased from the informal sector. For example, it includes about increasing the street market. To introduce a scheme for the street market program was also introduced in the Union Budget 2024. So how the opposition can prove the point that the Union Budget 2024 does not adequately address the issue of unemployment?
Well, I believe you have just asked two questions anyways. Since the Modi government, or let's say since the independence, the government has always been claiming to address all these problems, and yet here we are after 70 plus years of independence still addressing these problems. And for the informal sector, where is the social security being provided? Where is the health benefits being provided? So until these issues are being focused on, we can't necessarily say that the government is focusing on the informal sector.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to invite the next speaker, Sagar Kumar Nag, Assam Royal Global University.
Sir, in the count of 1, 2, 3.
Yes, you can start.
1, 2, 3. The Union Budget 2024 is a testament to the government commitment to an inclusive and sustainable growth trajectory as it tackles down twin challenges, which is inflation and unemployment. Therefore, the potential of the Indian economy has to be improved and pave the way for the brighter future of its citizens. Honorable Speaker, sir, with these lines, please allow me to start the further debate.
Please go ahead, please.
A very good afternoon to all of you sitting here. Greetings to the House at large. I stand here proudly to speak for the motion, which is the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issue of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Honorable Speaker, sir, the announcement of the newly centrally sponsored scheme as the fourth scheme under the PM's package guarantees skilling in collaboration with the central government and the industries, where 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a time period of 5 years. Honorable Speaker, sir, more than 1,000 industries will be set up for upgradation skills. loan schemes up to 7.5 lakh with a guarantee from the government fund which will be helping 25,000 students every year. Honorable Speaker, sir, creation of job is merely the first step to address the solution of the unemployment. But one of the most important factors is that one should be more skilled enough to that suit in that particular job. Honorable Speaker, sir, let's move forward for inclusive human resource development and social justice. Talking about the saturation approach, our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has implemented many schemes for promoting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, musicians, self-help groups, tribal areas, tribal caste people, and also for that, such as National Livelihood Mission and Startup India will be upgraded, will be stepped up. Honorable Speaker, sir, as we have proudly witnesses the metamorphosis of our urban landscape, let us not forget the very backbone of our nation, which is rural India. Once Sri Charan Singh ji said, I quote, "The true India resides in its villages," unquote. With this, Honorable Speaker, sir, the government has been providing a very amount which is 2.89 lakh crore allocation which has been done for the rural development, and also expansion of the PMAY to build 3.5 crore homes. This allocation which will not only help the employment but also it will help to increase the living of every individuals in the rural areas. Honorable Speaker, sir, I asked to a normal fruit seller how the advanced technology is helping your businesses. What he replied, Honorable Speaker, sir, he replied, much better than ever. This is what the digital literacy is taking over the rural areas. Digital literacy has been playing a significant role in promoting the businesses of the rural areas, and therefore the new India looks like. Honorable Speaker, sir, moving to the inflation, the budget has taken several measures to curb down the prices. The allocation of 1.5 lakhs towards the Pradhan Mantri Farmers Tribute Scheme will ensure the fair price for the products. Honorable Speaker, sir, I'll be concluding my speech with a few statements. Honorable Speaker, sir, what I think there is a need of changement of the minds of the individual where they should buy the local products so that the employment of the particular individual who are living for their daily life, surviving in the rural areas. Sir, let us recall the slogan which is vocal for local. Let us recall one more line which is be Indian, buy Indian, wear Indian. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question? I can see some new hands, some new audiences towards the back.
Hello. Greetings. I'm Swapnil Datta from Cotton University.
Fine.
So, sir, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal and Jharkhand. These 5 states were mentioned by the current finance minister regarding the areas that would be specifically covered for the sake of Viksit Bharat under the Union Budget 2024. A Viksit Bharat without the mentioning of Northeast India. And also, sir, you mentioned about the inflation, that this Union Budget 2024 is curbing the inflation. However, this very Union Budget is also completely failing to uplift Assam from its huge debt and the inflation in its petrol prices. So, sir, how do you still explain your position regarding your advocacy for the Union Budget 2024 that completely appeases both the north and the east of India but forgets to uplift the northeast of the India? Thank you.
Sir, can you rephrase the question?
You have to answer.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. But before answering, let me clear about the inflation part. According to the Reserve Bank of India Monetary Policy Report 2023-24, the inflation rate is expected to decline 4% by the end of the fiscal year. And you have talked about the stage which has been mentioned in the which is mentioned by your side. Yes, there are the states which are being underdeveloped for so many years. Well, why not improving those states? They should also deserve the same development as we get.
Thank you. I can't take anybody's side. Somebody's asking question. It's not good, appropriate at my end to discuss that or to brief you on that. Yes, those two boys I can see from the back side.
Hello there. I am Mohikshit Goswami from Cotton University. So, considering the fact that approximately 10 lakh Indian individuals turn 18 every single month. Do you think that providing, or at least giving the prospect of providing employment or internship opportunities to 20 lakh Indians every year across a 5-year span is even close to adequately addressing unemployment?
Thank you for the question, respected member. The government initiated internship scheme for the development of the youth, not for the employment. But the thing is that when you ask employment from the internship, it's basically wrong about your perception. Internship will only help you developing your personality, your thinking capability for the further further development of your career. That's what the internships looks like. That's what the internships carries about.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So let us call the next speaker against the motion. Dhiraj Kumar, Atmaram Sanatan Dharma College.
Timekeeper, you can start my time on the self count of 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. We are dreaming of Viksit Bharat of 2047. Are we actually on the right track to achieve it? That is the biggest question I raised to my opponents standing in the opposition, and I would like to answer them myself. It is a big no. Honorable Speaker, sir, dear panelists, and all my worthy opponents present here. Being a youth present in this Indian economy share the same fear, uncertainties, and the same existential crisis due to suffering the same issues that the current government does not adequately addresses the issue of unemployment and the Indian inflation in the Indian economy. Now, this budget has a sole purpose to please a class, the class of capitalists. This budget, or I can say directly, this is a capitalist class budget. Means that the government has a sole purpose to make this budget to comprehensive planning to a statement of accumulation. What kind of accumulation? That the access with limited crucial roles like employment and inflation related to food security. As the talk of the town of the current government is related to moreover infrastructure, but it is failed to address a crucial issues like climate change, which has affected the employment currently related to agriculture sector, which is again the primarily focus on the agriculture sector, the allocation of funding. Now, a study by the International Labour Organization stated that estimate around 2030, rising temperature could reduce the working hours in agriculture by 5.3%, which directly falls into a loss of 30 millions. I again quoted around 30 million full-time jobs in India. Problem of disguised unemployment is still does not covered by the current government, which is again a large number of human capital waste. Now, panel moving forward, the India's current status in the informal sector and informal sector employment, 90% of the Indian economy indulge in the Indian informal sector, which certainly wasted over a large number of over human capital. Now, panel, we move ahead in the sectoral unemployment term. What is sectoral unemployment? Basically, government has a high spending on public expenditure, private sector. But according to the current economic survey of 23-24, the private sector is making profit but lacks in job creation, which again established my point that it is a capitalist class budget. Now again there is a new rising problem of unemployment, which is called voluntarily unemployment. What is voluntarily unemployment? Means a person should not get the employment which deserve is by his qualifications. As one of the speaker already quoted this already. Now, when it comes to a crucial topic, which means women employment in a country like India, a study shows that women faces systematic barriers in their employment places, in their working places. They faces sexual harassment, they faces wages pay gap in their working areas. Means there are social issues which directly influence the unemployment issues, which is not covered by the current government. Now I'm moving towards the topic of inflation. Means panel, we need to understand that what is inflation around this, which is addressed, not been addressed. The inflation is itself in a fluid concept. When we're talking about the inflation, that inflation is regulated by Reserve Bank of India. But the problem lies in its parameter measuring. Now, what is parametric measuring? Means we need to understand the consumer basket concept. Means that 50% of the food weightage was given to the in the inflation. But this processing by the chief economic advisor itself, that the RBI should remove this food weightage because of the food weightage was regulated by the Indian government policies, not the Reserve Bank of policies. Now I would like to end here, including the thing that government spends a lot of budget in the agriculture sector, but not focusing on the horticulture, not focusing on the not focusing on the dairy products.
Please sum up.
With this, I would like to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question, please. Yes, that lady.
Thank you, sir. Vedika here from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. You mentioned that the government has not worked for climate change, but according to the data, the budget has earmarked 1.52 lakh crore for climate resilient agriculture. So how, with this confidence, you can say that it has not worked for it? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. When I quoted about the problem that government does not adequately addresses about the climate change. First of all, climate change is not controlled by the human measures. And when the government is allocated the fund, which you quoted already, but when we look on the ground reality level, means we can't control where the flood will be happen, where the drought will be happen. So if the government has to plan everything or not, means if the government allocates its budget, so how will we gonna check this budget will gonna help really on the ground level? For the ground level, allocation in the fund is not really appreciable when it's not gonna work on the ground level. And when it's not gonna work on the ground level, the government should allocate more like fund, but it is not gonna help the ground level reality to the poor farmers, to the laborers, and also we as a consumer itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, any more question? You have already asked 2-3 questions. Yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Dhiman Chakravarti from Royal Global University. You just, at the end of your speech, you mentioned that the government is not focusing on horticulture and other sectors and primarily focusing on agriculture. But on the budget that I read, it said that it is allocating 1.52 lakh crore for agriculture and its allied sectors. I suppose allied sector concludes of horticulture and other all branches that is indirectly or directly related to agriculture. What is your comments on that?
Okay. Means when I go to the fragmentation of allocation of fund related to the agriculture sector, because you quoted the data, and currently the data which I was shown on the Google, that shows the agriculture funds as the second. After defense, the agriculture got the second highest fund of allocation. But when I do the fragmentation of allocation of this budget related to horticulture and dairy product, it's moreover not close even to curb the problem related to the these kind of people which is indulged in the sector of dairy products, dairy sectors, as well as the horticulture sector, because this is a place specific work. Means this is not going to the all over the country. Means this work is not going happen in the all over the country. So means in specifically I would like to say that fragmentation of allocation of this budget in this particular sector is not even I would say that it is not even close to that they deserve should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Akashdeep Sharma Barooah, Grijananda Chaudhary University. Please speak for the motion.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? On my three. 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Speaker, sir, and the respective member of the Row House. Today, I rise to support the motion that Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issue of unemployment, inflation in the Indian economy. These two challenges, unemployment and inflation, are central to economic stability and progress. And the Union Budget 2024 has put forward a comprehensive and forward-thinking strategy to tackle both of them head-on. Let's begin with the unemployment. India is a country of youthful energy, with over 65% of our youth under the age of 35. With this comes an immense responsibility to ensure that the youth not just have job, but a meaningful and productive employment. And the Prime Minister's 5 scheme initiative will ensure that aiming to skill 4.1 crore Indian youth over the next 5 years. Just think about the number. 4.1 crore youth will get the skills and training necessary to compete in the global economy, which is a commitment for the long-term employment solution. But it doesn't stop here. The government has also initiated to set up 1,000 industrial institutions for the rural and underdeveloped youth who will get vocational training so that they can compete for the job. Additionally, the launch of comprehensive internship opportunity in 500 top companies for 1 crore youth over the next 5 years demonstrate that the youth can get real-world experience, and this is clearly a big step in the right direction. A significant employment benefit related job guarantee schemes coming through. For entrepreneurs and small businesses, the lifeblood of our country, the government has increased the Mudra loan from 10 lakh to 20 lakh. It will inspire the small businesses to expand, and it will create more jobs in the grassroots. And it's not just about finding jobs, it's about creating them. Now on the inflation, it's a pressing concern in the post-pandemic world. We're fortunate that India remains to have stable and low inflation. And the government understands that the inflation must be constantly managed, and the union budget reflects that vigilance. For example, by reducing the custom imports on mobile phones, medicines, X-ray panels, the government is actively trying to make common commodities affordable to the common man. Previously ignored the MSME sector, the government is also pressing to help them. Unemployment was there in India from earlier. And as India is a vast country, it's common to have unemployment. But now the government is trying to make the youth more skillful and employable. This scheme provides, the government also integrated a e-Shram portal, which will be a one-stop solution. It will include the mechanism to connect job seeker with potential job provider. On conclusion, I say that this is one of the best budgets which focus on inflation and unemployment. It focuses on the twin problem of unemployment and inflation. It takes decisive, thoughtful action to address them with strategic investment in youth skilling, entrepreneurship, and inflation control. Thank you.
Thank you. House is open for question. We need some phrase questions from the phrase participants, please. I can see the same faces, same hands. No? Just behind you, who was there? I can't see the face. Yes, that lady, I think probably she is raising her hands. Anybody behind you? Third, fourth row. Yes.
Okay.
I'm Rashmi from Ramjas College, and my question to you is, you said that India is such a vast country and it is common to have problem of unemployment. So the problem is not that unemployment exists, the problem is the rate of unemployment, how high it is, and also the promises that you're making regarding the employment linked schemes or something like that. A similar scheme actually came up in 2020, which had a massive failure in the manufacturing sector, and after that, the manufacturing sector has declined 2.38% per year. And in the last year, it has been the lowest. So what do you have to comment on that? Because people cannot trust when none of the schemes are coming out in a fruitful manner. How can they trust your further projects?
Please respond.
Honorable Speaker,
Please.
In this new budget, the government is more trying to make the youth skillful for employment. And as you said, in the previous schemes, it was not working. I think the government has also set up many different institutes, training institutes, which will ensure and make the youth skillful for this employment. And thank you.
Thank you. Only one question will entertain. Yes, any of you? Yes, okay, he was already raised your hands.
So the question. Sujal Sharma from IIMC Odisha. So the question jumps to your point that custom import of mobile phones and other accessories have been lowered down. But the inflation, according to the organizations, the inflation is majorly from the food inflation, which accounts for 45%. Is there any particular scheme, is there any particular initiative in the union budget that adequately addresses the food inflation, as food is something that is necessity for every class of the society, be it rich or poor? Even the income gap is widening, but food inflation is something very common in this country. How do you plan to address it via the Union Budget 2024? Any particular scheme?
In this budget, sir, may I, sir?
Yes, please.
In this budget, the government has decided to practically free ration for 80 crore over the population. This will help the masses to maintain their basic consumption even if the prices is increased.
Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next speaker will be from against the motion, Sujal Sharma, IIMC Orissa.
Namaskar, moi Sujal Sharma. Please start my timer in 3, 2, 1. This is a blank paper which was supposed to be the budget of this country. And the 4 skill themes, the MSME, skilling, employment and the middle class, they were supposed to be in this budget. But sadly, they are not even mentioned according how do we deal with unemployment and inflation. So going against the motion, I would like to explain you why the Union Budget 2024 fails to address unemployment and inflation. First of all the expenditure towards the capital expenditure is going toward infrastructure, and that's towards a specific 2 states. And when you talk about the infrastructure, it can give you a short-term type of employment and it can make you good roads. But when you talk about the labor-intensive sectors like manufacturing, the traditional industries, the agriculture, there is no particular policy for it. For example, the data of CMI, the Center for Monitoring for Employment, the urban employment stands at 9.2% currently. It means the government policies have failed in this budget to address all the diverse sectors of this economy. The Make in India, which was addressed to increase the manufacturing by 25% in 2022, the goal was only achieved by 17%. So every scheme of either internships or everything that is coming from the proposition side fails, because the government is giving the jobs according to the demand side of deployment, but not from the supply side of deployment. I mean, it is not making out according to the requirements of the industry. It is making out according to the requirement of people. That's why they are only giving a particular particular number. And then we move ahead to the MSMEs, which is one of our crucial sector. They have promised to give a a credit guarantee scheme of 9,000 crores. But I ask, what about that 9,000 crore if you give in the form of loans, if you're not even able to basically handle the basic management like the post-pandemic problems, because the most lending happen through informal means. It doesn't happen by the formal lending means. So MSMEs have no guarantee from these schemes. Also, MSME employ more than 140 million people of this country. And it's like, you have a 40% type of production from MSMEs, but still no particular scheme for their production, their employability, their safety, or anything foreign collaborations have been established in this budget. Coming to the inflation part, well, inflation is majorly caused by the food inflation, because the food prices are rising currently. And we are only again and again focusing on subsidies and welfare schemes via direct benefit DBT, which is affecting the beneficiaries, but it is not that much beneficial. There is no component over the structural issues like cold storage and then digital market access, and then what about the skill training of better irrigation facilities. So if you want to balance the like this inflation in this food sector, we need to focus on the productivity rather than the production. And this production also has caused many climate change factors. So we also need to balance sustainability with it. Then inflation is also not only by food inflation, it is also caused by energy. Because the high prices of petroleum and coal, everything is impacting that. How? Because India is dependent on other countries for petroleum and coal, and we are not benefiting our domestic production of these things. So what is happening? The inflation is further going by 6.3%. Coming to my last point, middle class. There has been no mention of the middle class because the rich are getting richer, poor are getting poorer. How? Because the tax slabs have been reduced by 40% to 35% for MNCs, and they will only hire the persons according to rich in everything. And the poor people, the capital gain tax on small and long-term investment have been increased, which is actually taking away the jobs from the real estate sector and will further impact the swing traders in the market. So what will it do? It is actually further increasing our problem. It is not decreasing it anyway. Middle class, employment, everything is like in thing, because we are not focusing on supply side, we are focusing from demand side. Concluding, I would like to state that this budget, when we talk about the adequately addresses, the simple answer is it never adequately addresses the issue. And the simple answer I have explained in all in the points, but one again I would like to give you a data. A speaker was talking about how the holistic approach of internships and everything. While personally telling, internships are a great way of starting a career, but
please
what
sum
about
up,
internships
please conclude.
that will lead to the non-skilled workers in the market? So concluding, I would like to say that I have defended the motion that the budget does not adequately address the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Thank you.
Thank you. That lady can ask question, and next followed by, yes, these two questions will take.
Good afternoon. Sir, the major part of your speech revolved around MSMEs. But unfortunately, to inform you, you did not mention about the credit guarantee scheme, wherein 6 lakh crore from 5.2 lakh crore increase has been seen from the previous year. You haven't mentioned about the Mudra loans. You haven't mentioned about the public sector bank credit assessment, technology and innovation support for MSME champion scheme. This is a scheme, sir. SIDBI initiatives, so many initiatives, but yet you confidently stand here and speak about MSMEs without proper data. Would you please answer this? Thank you. Vedika from Tata Institute of Social Sciences.
First of all, ma'am, I think you did not hear my speech correctly, because I specifically mentioned the credit guarantee scheme with the allocated amount of rupees 9,000 crore. What does it mean? We are giving fundings, we are giving loans to MSMEs to just produce more. We are not giving that comprehensive skill development along with that welfare scheme as to how they need to develop. And according to the data, I would like to forward that MSMEs currently employ like 40% of the workforce that we have. So what we need to do, we actually need to focus on a more holistic development of MSMEs as well. We need to integrate them with the modern technologies and the modern markets. And MSMEs can further be integrated with startups with a further collaboration programs. But the budget, sadly, has a shorter vision of only 5 years. I know the budget are made for 1 year only, but there should be a longer vision in terms of, because schemes that are currently for MSMEs, up till when we are going to provide loans, up till when we are going to give give them credit schemes. We need to also have the new producers coming up, right? So just giving the same loans again to same MSMEs and they're not increasing in that case, then we need to balance it out. MSMEs need to have a proper policy according to it. That's what I think. So the union budget does not adequately addresses any skill development, any market integration, and any foreign collaboration for MSMEs.
Yes, please. Next question.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take only 2 questions. This is the last question, please.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Devansh Chan from Hindu College. Sir, first of all, I hope I heard your speech adequately. When you explicitly mention that there has been no impetus for the manufacturing sector in the union budget of 2024 and your whole argument was framed around that, let me remind you that there has been 12 new industrial hubs which will be built in the country, as well as the Mudra loan amount increased from rupees 10 lakh to 20 lakh, which is specifically for the manufacturing sector, which stands in sheer opposition of whatever you stated as a form of an correct fact based on your incorrect fact. How do you justify this, sir, when explicit mention in the budget regarding the manufacturing sector is there and you stand here and propose that there's been no mention about the manufacturing sector? Please.
First of all, when you go through my speech, when I said that there is a proper mention of manufacturing sector, I never said that there is no mention. There is always the mention of the sectors, like MSME is also in manufacturing sector, but only credit guarantee scheme and other schemes are given, which are, further only benefit in short term of course of time. But when we prepare a budget as a union budget ministers, we as a citizen, I expect a long-term vision as to what can benefit me or what can not. When you say 12 industrial hubs will be formed, okay, special economic zones were also formed, many new industrial forms were formed, but what about the traditional Indian artisans, what about the traditional craftsmanship, what about the traditional industries? Are the new industrial hubs will be of the traditional sources, or we are still going to depend on trade with China and other industries? Are we strong enough to, make our job seekers producers? Do we have a certain data that tell this industrial data have this vision? What is the process of this industrial places, and what will the criteria of selecting this industrial hub? We don't have any data for that. Supposedly, if we develop any random city, we need to have many factors, population and the traditional artisans, but we'll only focus on the newer technologies that is coming up. So the disconnect that is happening, and furthermore, digital technology is still not that much developed, how much we say. That is still not developed in the northeastern sector, in the the North Indian sector, Punjab, Haryana, when you go to the rural villages. What we need to do? Firstly, we need to focus on the very basic foundation stone of this country.
Okay. Thank you. So next speaker for the motion, Rajdeep Mahanta from Cotton University.
Am I audible? Yeah. At the count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, sir, with your due permission, I rise here to speak in the favor of the motion, as I firmly believe that the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation. Honorable Speaker, sir, listening to the speeches of the members from the opposition benches, one wonders if they have grossly misunderstood the very concept of budget and thereby the topic of today's debate. Budget as defined refers to the annual financial statement launched by the union government, thereby outlining the blueprint for the economy for the upcoming financial year. And the topic of today's debate is whether the provisions in this very budget are solving the issues of unemployment and inflation, and not whether the problem of inflation and unemployment exists. I believe no one of us doubt on this question. Honorable Speaker, sir, with regard to the objective of this budget, I believe there should be no doubt with the inclusion of the term skilling, MSME and employment in the themes of the budget and human resource development as a key priority. Honorable Speaker, sir, the members from the opposition benches, I believe, bombarded this audience with statistics after statistics, but may I humbly inform them that you don't base your entire argument on statistics, because in debating there are 3 kinds of lies: white lie, black lie and mere statistics. So without burdening this august house anymore with such statistics, let me assert that the inflation exist at multiple levels. One is the non-food inflation, which has been considerably under control for some time now and has been hovering around the 4% target. Our main concern is the food inflation, which affects our farmers and our poor people the most. This budget seeks to systematically challenge this at two levels. The first level, Honorable Speaker Sir, is at the short-term level, whereby by the Pradhan Mantri Anna Yojana, we try to provide ration rains to the millions of Indian poor, thereby providing them respite at one level, and at the other level, increasing the supply, thereby bringing down the demand for the time being. As a long-term measure, this budget excessively focuses on the farmers of this country, our Annadata, whose role is very crucial in challenging this issue. Honorable Speaker, sir, the problem of unemployment similarly is a very complicated issue and may not be solved as the opposition's utopian propositions suggest by merely giving out a few appointment letters or a few government jobs here or there. It exists at three systematic levels, and this budget seeks to very systematically attack it at all these three levels. The first is the lack of adequate jobs, and trust me, Honorable Speaker, sir, this problem may not be solved as the opposition suggests chiefly by government jobs, but by empowering our industrial sector. For only the industrial sector can provide us that kind of jobs with that kind of regularity and security which our youth deserves. Honorable Speaker, sir, moreover, in accordance with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making not only job seekers but also job makers, we have also tried to strengthen the Startup India scheme. Honorable Speaker, sir, the second level is the increase in informalization of the economy, wherein a large number of employees, even if they exist at the level of the informal sector. Via our three employment-linked incentive, we seek to provide them with security. For we believe that employment is not just about giving jobs, but also secure and proper job. Honorable Speaker, sir, the third level, which this budget challenged the question of unemployment, is at the level of providing adequate skill. That is helping not only the present-day job seekers, but also the future prospective job seekers. And for this, we have two dedicated schemes regarding skilling the youth in the future, and at the second level, the dedicated internship scheme, which proposes internship in the top 500 companies to our youth. Honorable Speaker, sir, thereby I don't think it should leave any doubt that our budget is designed in a way to address the problems of unemployment and inflation, not only for the short term, but also for the long term via its next generational reform. Honorable Speaker, sir, on that note, may I, with your permission, request the members from the opposition benches to let wisdom take hold of them, support us, and be a part of this journey of making India the next economic superpower of the world, whose foundation this budget seeks to lay. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any question? I can see only one hand, please.
Rashmi from Ramjas College. So you talked about the country becoming a superpower, and all of the proposition have already talked about the country being the largest economy in somewhere future. So what kind of growth in the economy you are talking about when the divide between the rich and the poor is just widening like anything? The growth is K-shaped growth. The rich is getting richer, the poor is getting poorer. The growth is only for a certain section of the society. So when you bank this growth as growth for the whole over India, it's wrong. So how are you going to reduce this inequality in this society?
With your due permission, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for your question. I believe you, in my speech, I never said that the growth that we have is inclusive. And let me remind you, the topic for discussion is whether the provisions of the budget addresses the question. And I say that the budget lays the foundation for becoming an economic superpower. We never say that we achieved that. Yes, we have a lot of achievement over the last 30 years, but we are a grateful country. We know that there is no point where all achievements will be done. So yes, there are problems, we admit, but what I mean to say via my speech is that this budget is adequate to challenge, to address the challenges that lie before us at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. My name is Anant Tiwari, Hindu College, University of Delhi. Sir, in your speech you mentioned about we have also to be focusing upon the job makers in the country, the vision of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji you have talked about. But the thing is that
the section of the society which is job seeking, which is the unemployment youth within the country, it is facing the problems, and the job makers are some private firms owners, and they will draft the jobs according to their benefit, according to the benefit how they are going. And also the question lies here, the major important fact, it is the 21st century, the machinery is over superheading anything else. So how the vision that you are talking about, how this would incorporate with the machinery that is there in the country, that is the artificial intelligence. Thank you so much.
With your due permission, Honorable Speaker, sir, thank you very much for your question. Well, at two levels, I would like to answer the question because I believe that is at two levels. The first part of your question, the second part first, that you talked about lack of adequate technology, I believe that can be solved by our next generation reforms, which include the focus on AI and various other. And the second and the first part of the question is on employees' condition with regard to MSMEs. And with regard to that, all I can say is that the 3 employees linked incentives are suffice for it, is my humble submission, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to call upon Arghya Pratim Day against the motion, Grijanand Chaudhary University.
Hello, I'm audible. I'm audible for everyone. I will say 1, 2, 3, then please start. 1, 2, 3, start. Blind eyes are not found in the criticizing, but found in close favoring. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Speaker, sir, and presence in the panel of the House. I, Arvabatunde from the Grijanand Chaudhary University, I am here to speak about against of the budget, Union Budget 24-25. Unemployment, insufficient job creations measures, the budget focus on skill development and apprenticeships may not be enough to create a new job, especially in the formal sector. Lack of direct employment schemes unlike previous budgets. This one does not have direct employment schemes like the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which has been successfully in providing jobs to rural Indians. Overemphasis on internship, while encouraging the internship is good, it may not be enough to address the scale of India's unemployment problems, especially among youth. No clear plan for developing the stagnant industries, sectors like textiles, manufacturing and constructions, which are the significant employed generators, have been struggling. The budget does not provide a clear plan to receive them. Inflations, no clear steps to address the supply chain issues. Supply chain disputes are as a significant contributor to inflation. The budget does not provide a concrete measures to address their issues. No reductions in the fuel prices. High fuel prices are a significant contributor to inflation. The budget does not provide any relief on this front. No increase in MSP for farmers. The budget does not increase the minimum support prices for farmers, which could have helped control food inflation. Monetary policies measures that lacking the budget does not providing any clear direction on monetary policies. Measures to control the inflation, such as interest rate adjustments. Overall, in conclusion for me, sides, lack of a comprehensive plans, the budget does not overall a comprehensive plan to address the twin challenge of unemployment and inflation. Overall, of the trickle down economics, the budget focus on corporate tax cuts and ease of doing business, and may not trickle down to benefit the common man. No clear allocations of funds. The budget does not provide a clear allocations of funds for specific schemes and programs aimed at addressing the unemployment and inflation. At last, I will say, at last but not the least, until we don't change as a citizen, it is hard to accept the change from the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Yes, please.
Greetings, speaker person. Greetings, worthy member of the opponent. I am Raktim Narajan from Guwahati University. Sir, you mentioned that nothing in the budget has been mentioned about the welfare of farmers. But, sir, as per the budget, around 1 crore farmers will be initiated into natural farming, and their work will be rebranded in the next 2 years for certification. So, sir, how does that fit into your statement that the budget does not do anything for the welfare of farmers? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I, honorable speaker.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I'd like to proceed. Sir, now you have told that farmers topic. So I want to say that everyone has heard the news last 2022, the farmers have get on the strike. The farmers have contributed suicides, done the suicides and doing that cultivating, like in the Chandigarh, Amritsar and Haryana's people. See, sir, for me, the budget should be the priority for the farmers also. Don't be the priority for the other sectors people also. Farmers are the main pillar for our country. So farmers should get a more benefits from our parliamentary system. So that's all.
Thank you. Any more question? Yes.
Hello. Hello, I am Sagar Kumar Nag from Royal Global University. My question to you is that when you mention about the farmers, there has been allocated budget of 1.5 crore, which has been already stated by Dhimanda. But I want to add something extra to that, which is continuously playing a significant role in cultivating the risk of food inflation. What is the stance of that? As you have mentioned, the farmers is the backbone of the India.
Can you repeat? I can't hear properly.
As the thing, when the government is allowing 1.5 crore rupees, actually more than that, to the farmers, which has been playing significant role in mitigating the problem of food inflation. As you have stated, that farmers are the pillars of the nation. As there is a contradictory when you speak that there is no scheme for the farmers, don't you feel there is a contradictory to your own statements?
Sir, see, I have not have any answers for your question, but I want to say one thing. Farmers, because I seen some farmers who, in the period of 22, they have attempted suicides. My closely friends, parents also have done it. So, sir, in the budget, I would like to tell that farmers also get majority funds, but majority chances to execute their bills. They tell that 1.5 crore something amount has ensured that. I think that should get more, because every seasons farmers are getting the cultivating the crops for us. They are struggling for us. So I think they should get more amounts of funds from our parliamentary system. Thank you, and thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Jai Bharat, Jai India, Jai Akham.
So our next speaker for the motion, Sapnil Srivastav from Ramjas College.
Hello. Okay. Please start my timer at the reverse count of 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable chairperson, and esteemed audience, we've seen a lot of figures and facts thrown around from the far side, and I suppose I'll continue the tradition. Today I stand before you to affirm the Union Budget 2024 that it has adequately addressed the challenges of unemployment and inflation. Let's start with unemployment. Majorly, we propose 5 schemes. Scheme A wage subsidy of up to rupees 15,000 for first-time employees. What this does is, if a company hires someone for their first job, the government helps pay their salary. This makes it easier for businesses to test out new talents. Scheme B. What this does is, it focuses on the manufacturing sector, offering incentives for companies to hire new employees over the period of 4 years. Similarly, Scheme C supports businesses by reimbursing their EPFO contributions. Moving on to the internships and ITI developments part, we have seen that the budget promises 1 crore internships among the top 500 companies, and also a whopping 60,000 crore budget of developing the ITIs, that is the Industrial Training Institution. Now, we've seen that the people belonging to the against side of the house come in and question the efficacy of these schemes. Now, the problem that these questions holds no water is because these aren't novel schemes on their own. They are derived from parent schemes which have been proved to be successful. And what these schemes are essentially a magnification of these previously successful schemes. And this is why the efficacy, questioning their efficacy holds absolutely no water. Moving on to the inflation questions. And we've seen that a larger derivation of what against side proposes is that inflation essentially boils down to food inflation. And now we'll try to address how this Union Budget of 2024 addresses this food inflation. Inflation, to summarize it, essentially means the rise in prices that you all feel while buying groceries, fuel, or for any other commodity. When inflation gets out of control, it erodes our purchasing power. What this means is that we can essentially buy less for the same amount of money. This budget has allocated 1.52 lakh crore to the agriculture sector to stabilize food prices. Now, how this stabilization of food prices works is essentially it promotes the domestic production. And how does this work? India imports a lot of its pulses, its oil seeds, which drives up prices when there is a shortage. This budget reduces this problem by reducing this reliance by increasing domestic production. When we grow more at home, we don't have to rely on expensive imports, and this helps keep price stable. This acts as an insulator towards foreign disturbances, which might drive these food inflations and inflations that rise up these prices of crude oils and other commodities. Inflation targets are also respected. Core inflation remains at a manageable 3.1%, with a long-term goal of staying at around 4%. What does this mean for an average consumer? Inflation at 4% keeps stable prices and ever-growing economy. By improving infrastructure with 1.11 lakh crore, we're building better roads, better railways, logistics systems. This reduces the cost of moving goods around the country and essentially lowering prices across all sectors, not just food, and thereby clearly and adequately addressing the issue of inflation. This budget is not just a short-term fix, it is an infrastructure-driven, employment-focused, and inflation-conscious plan.
Time is over.
With that, I'd like to summarize my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. House is open for question. Yes? Yes, please.
Hello. Hello, I am Rahul Rohan Paul from Guwahati University. I would like to tell you about one of the key aspects that you have might missed about the union budget, that the skilling of the people, the farmers, or the rural-centered people is through the digital skilling programs. So what do you want to tell about the main aspect that has been missed is the digital literacy? Because digital literacy in India is very at a lower scale, at a lower percentage. So if we are focusing on digitally skilling people, but how do we take care of the digital literacy? Is the budget ever mentioned about the digital literacy rate or the programs that can be focused on that?
Yes, please go ahead, respond.
I'd like to simply state that it seems you have misunderstood some parts of the budget. Then no point of the budget is there ever stated that these industrial training institutions are somehow digital, and these training will be done through digital routes. We propose a physical industrial training institutions which train these farmers and those belonging to the rural sectors to sufficiently compete with their urban counterparts. I hope this answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there is no question. Any more question, please? So we'll have another. So like to call the last speaker before this pre-lunch session. Sargam Mukuta Alam from Cotton University. He'll speak against the motion.
Hello? Hello? So, please start the timer in a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Greetings everyone. Eminent Urdu poet Wasim Barelvi ji has said, "Jhoot ke aage piche dariye chalte hai, sach bola, to pyasa mara jayega." Indeed, to amuse the heart, the habit of lying is an act of art. Honorable Speaker, these are the first thoughts that come into my mind when I look at the motion raised by the Treasury benches today. The Treasury benches raised the motion that the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. And I vehemently oppose the motion, which I look at as a woeful attempt at veiling the truth. Now, I put forward 4 co-arguments proving that addressing the unemployment and inflation issue has only been a missed opportunity in this year's budget. My first argument is that the Union Budget aims at skill development and industrial training through private partnerships. However, it is significant to be noted that paramount emphasis on market-driven solutions has several loopholes. It excludes those who do not have access to them, creating further marginalization, and also just increasing the number of trained individuals does not automatically translate into job creation, especially in a market like India, where job opportunities are not growing proportionally. Before coming to my second argument, I'd like all of us to remember that words are like bullets. They definitely do leave a mark, but do not always hit the target. And this is what comes in my mind when I look at the internship schemes proposed in this year's budget. For instance, the paid internship scheme in the top 500 companies with a 5,000 rupees stipend, which definitely may provide a temporary relief to the unemployed, but lacks permanent solution to the problem of unemployment. My third argument is about the women, Honorable Speaker. The budget aims to increase women participation by building more working hostels and through industry support. But in this, the budget has completely neglected the industrial caste, class, gender complex which exists as a reality in the Indian society. In the context of India, unemployment is not merely an economic issue but a socio-economic issue. Therefore, vocational training must be complemented with social policies that cuts across caste, gender and class, which have been very conveniently overlooked in this year's budget. Now coming to inflation, we do not have much to discuss about because the finance minister has very surreptitiously declared that we have low inflation in the economy and that the inflation is under control. However, in saying so, the respected minister is only focused on core inflation, which does not explain how the food inflation hit the 9.4% mark and also does not explain inflation in the energy sector. This, coupled with lack of job creation and taxes and only taxes, the real income of the middle and lower income groups of the country have completely been cut down, with the middle class and the poor now nowhere to go and no escape to see. In short, this year's budget has been nothing but all talk and no action, like a broken record stuck on repeat. Therefore, I vehemently oppose the motion once again, which claims that the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation, which is definitely not the case. That members of the proposition are either delusional or simply ignorant. Therefore, I urge the members of the opposition and the members of the proposition to also remove the smokescreen of their eyes and unanimously vote against the bill today. Honorable Speaker, Speaker, the truth is the truth even if I am a minority of one. And speaking the truth in times of deceit is a revolutionary act. Therefore, here I stand speaking the truth and only the truth in the face of lies, lies and nothing but the lies. With this, I rest my case but not my cause. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, members of the House.
Thank you. Any question? I presume there are no question. So, thank you. We completed the pre-lunch session and almost crossed halfway mark. 20 speakers already participated. Thank you so much everyone for your patient hearing and also participating. So next session will be started from 3, I believe. 3 p.m. but I request everyone to be assembled here by 2:45. And announcer, you would like to speak something?
I would like to request the participants, media representatives and faculty members along with our judges and speaker sir to please come for lunch with us. Student volunteers are asked to go for lunch after some time. Thank you. Welcome back. We are now resuming after lunch. I request our Honorable Speaker, Sir Kumar Padmapani Bora, to kindly continue the session.
So welcome back. Hope everyone is ready. Shall we start? Chalo. We'll start with treasury bands. And before starting the session, let me tell you one thing, that we have crossed only halfway mark so far. So once the participant will finish his or her arguments, we'll take only one question. So let me call Pransi Siri, Handing Girl Calls. Yes, yes, please.
As we stand at the threshold of a new era for nation, the real question is, are we content with the merely incremental progress, or are we ready to embrace a new transformation for India's future? Will we settle on a budget that probably merely tinkers with the status quo, or we will champion a bold blueprint that propels us toward unprecedented growth, inclusivity, and a stronger India? A very good afternoon, respected Speaker Sir and the House. Today I make my firm stand to strongly favor today's motion, which states that Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in Indian economy. The Union Budget 2024 presents us with two choices: to play safe or to dare to dream big. This budget doesn't just navigate the present but also invents the future. Let's start with the tax reforms. We have heard the skeptics say, reducing custom duties on precious metals, what does that even achieve? Does it really matter to the common people? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it absolutely matters. By reducing the custom duties from 10% to 7.5%, we are fostering job creations in major key industries like jewelry and manufacturing. These sectors are significant employers. Simplifying the GDP structure isn't just about cutting a red tape, it's about ensuring that all the small businesses and startups are freed from the unnecessary compliance burden, and that's exactly the vision of Union Budget 2024. The government isn't just slashing taxes or restructuring it for the elites. The simplification of tax compliance will benefit every Indian entrepreneur. When business, especially the micro, small and medium enterprises, can breathe without the suffocating weight of overcomplicated tax regulations, they thrive. And when, ladies and gentlemen, they thrive, India thrives. Let's not forget these enterprises employ over 110 million people all over the country, and therefore the budget allocates them rupees 15,700 crores specifically for them, ensuring their growth and sustainability. The question here isn't why we should support these reforms, it's about how can we afford not to. Respected Speaker, sir, unemployment isn't just a number, it's a dream deferred, and this budget is surely a revolutionary call to action. With the Prime Minister's five schemes, we are transforming the job market for 100 million young Indians, equipping them with the market-ready skills and connecting them with the meaningful employment. We are not just skilling, but transforming the economy with structural reforms, integrating e-Sharam portal to connect around 250 million workers to industries. This budget is a bold move to unlock India's true potential, creating 10 million jobs and increase of 2% of GDP by the next 2 years. Critics have argued that the fiscal deficit target of 4.5% of GDP is unrealistic. However, ladies and gentlemen, here is the inconvenient truth that reckless borrowing may provide short-term benefit but destroys long-term growth and hitting every Indian household. Therefore, the budget aims to reduce the fiscal deficit by 0.5% each year by reaching the target of 4.5% at the end of 2026. This allows the nation to shield us from inflation, investing in targeted areas like infrastructure, which the budget have already allocated 11.11 crore, jobs, youth, all under one means. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let us accept this undeniable truth that this budget is not just a step forward, but also a revolution in process. It's a bold, unapologetic vision for India, and which will be defined by not the limitations of the past, but the potentials of the future. With this, I rest my case, but my cause remains unwavering. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take only one question. Yes.
Hello everyone. Myself Dheeraj Kumar from ARSD College, Delhi University. Ma'am, my question to you is very straight. How does your budget adequately addresses the issue of unemployed person due to heavy layoffs in the technical sector, as well as the concern over AI generation? I hope you get my question.
Thank you, sir, for your question. Sir, the budget have already, I hope you have heard that the speeches of all for the motion benches. They have all mentioned about the skill initiatives schemes, and under that schemes there are segments covering the AI one, the AI intelligence, the technical intelligence, also the social skills, which will help the citizens to grow in every aspects, including the technical, the social, the management, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Would like to invite Bini Biswal, representing Handy Girls College, against the motion.
Hello. Yes. Greetings to respected speaker, sir. Everyone gathered here should agree with me that Union Budget 2024 gives us hopes. Hope that someday unemployment and inflation will actually get reduced. It gives us hope that someday unemployment rate and inflation won't be taking any more footnote. If you know, you know. Moving forward, I have 3 arguments to present that will support my stance. The very first argument is about skill development. That is, the Finance Minister's budget announcement boasts about skilling 20 lakh youth for the skill development and upgrading 1,000 ITIs and so on. Let me enlighten you, this is not something very new. It has been done before. The Skill Mission India, which was launched in 2015, it didn't have any significant impact. The union budget mentions so much about skilling youth and also upgrading 1,000 ITIs. My question is, why isn't there any mention of the revenue for the basic facility of vocational education and training right from the secondary level to the college level, which will not only ensure bridging skill gap between youth and industrial needs, but will also ensure long-term benefits and will ensure that there is skill development. Moving forward to my second argument, that is MSMEs. MSMEs, as we all know, is the biggest job creator, and it helps in reducing the unemployment, and it's the greatest job creator in the field of unorganized. According to the member of Treasury bench, that the budget has put enough emphasis on the MSMEs. Okay, well, I agree. MSMEs have been given credit guarantee scheme and also even ensured that credit support will be provided during the stress period. Well, very commendable. If the government is so confidently talking about giving credit support, let me question the member of Treasury bench. What was your confident government doing when MSMEs suffered severely during the post-3 economic shock, that is demonetization, the badly designed GST and the COVID-19 pandemic? And it has been proved beyond shadow of doubt by annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises that over 7 years, 16.54 lakh jobs were lost and thousands of units were shut down. What was your credit support then? Sitting on the couch or hiding in the basement? And also in the earlier ASUSC data, it shows that there was increase in the number of workers during normal times between 2010 and 2015 to 2016. But it was only in the year 22 and 23 that the MSMEs barely created any jobs. We all know that MSMEs accounts for half of the manufacturing jobs, which comes under labor-intensive market and the unorganized sector. So what is the MSMEs, what credit support does government assures when it couldn't support during the 3 massive economic shocks? Coming to the third argument about inflation, our Honorable Finance Minister dismisses the subject of inflation in just 10 words. I'm not even exaggerating. Quote, India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and growing towards 4% economic target. From the very past 4 years, it has been moving to the 4% target. When will it reach? And if it's actually moving, then answer me why the RBI hasn't revised the down rate, the bank rate, which was set in June 2023. Today is the 16th month and we still have bank rate of 6.5%. And let me inform you, bank rate is the best indicator of where the inflation is moving. The members of Treasury bench made a very big claim that Sir P. Chidambaram made...
Please sum up, your time is over.
Yes, made the claims on the basis of emotions. I will request not to give half-bit facts because he clearly included the WPI inflation of 3.4%, CPI inflation of 5.1%, food inflation of 9.4%. Then how can you just...
Please conclude, your time is over.
So that's what I wanted to say about, and the reason why I mentioned about MSMEs and manufacturing sector because they are the biggest job creator. With this, I conclude. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Any question? Please wait. Yes. We'll take only one question, as already I have informed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, the government, according to you, that was hiding under the couch. You mentioned that nothing has been done for vocational education in the secondary area, but according to reports, starting from grade 6, reports of National Education Policy 2020, students will be exposed to vocational education, including internships with local vocational experts, and that has been implemented. So how would you react to the wrong information being propagated by you, Vedika Das, Tata Institute of Social Sciences?
Okay, let's not even go to the statistics. Let's ask whoever comes under the NEP policy, what room does it even provide for a skill development? What, according to I have understand, is they have overburdened the students with many more subjects, and I doubt it has the minor subjects have any value apart from the major subject. They have many MDCs, the value education, and the AEC and all, which eventually they will not study after the 4th semester. So much more importance should have been put to major subject as well as the skill development. And talking about internships, the NEP started from last year, and it is yet to see what it is actually doing for the skill development. But for as of now, we can't see any such results. So that is why I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. So next participant is Bedika Das, Tis Guwahati, and she'll speak for the motion.
Honorable Speaker, sir, before I start my speech, I'd like to submit a few documents that would support the authenticity of my speech with your due permission. Shat Namaskar. Warm greetings to everyone present here. I'm sure your minds must have been puzzled with the amount of statistics that you have been receiving. Let me tell you a joke. The opposition. The joke ends. In our international relations, we have studied about the topic called realism, the anarchic nature of the state to be constantly in struggle for power. Take an example of our neighboring countries who are not able to balance the socio-economic, political atmosphere in their own regions, thereby collapsing. But India has contributed to 16% of the global growth, and the 1.4 billion Bharatis have played a big role in it. All right, let me ask a question. How many of you know about unique careers like ethical hackers, urban planners, etc.? Negligible. Now, if I ask you, how many of you are well updated about the Anant Ambani Radhika Merchant reception? 90% of you, yes, you are raising your hand. Let's move on. This proves my simple experiment that says that my friend from IIT Guwahati had said that unemployment is happening because of the lack of skills which is present in major part of the youth population. And that's a fact. Moving forward to the budget area. A whole new ministry is there, Skill Education Ministry, that is looking into the challenges of unemployment and inflation. Boost in MESEs. Also, the third point would be the startup fundings, 173 crores. Fourthly, our own Cotton University is organizing Startup Manthan 3.0 in collaboration with IIM Calcutta. That's a prime example. Fifth, the most important point I'd like to state is that the National Education Policy 2020 aims to eradicate the hierarchization of subjects which creates a rat race between you and me, keeping in mind the core inflation rate being 4%. Talking about marginalized communities, the government is planning to allocate 1.6 lakh crore of its fund for marginalized communities with due respect. Ladies and gentlemen, this better part of the population that we call the opposition was the same opposition that opposed the UPI scheme, and 90% of us are using the same UPI today to use for our payment methods. No worries. Moving forward. Arise, awake, and stop not until your goal is reached, said Shamiji. Little did he know that the youth of today, India's youth, let me repeat, India's youth ranks third after US and United Kingdom in what? In the viewership, and I apologize why I say this, in the viewership of porn videos, sexual videos in the present times, and have the proof for that, sir. The blame should not go to the youth, but we are diverted. The main important focus should be no doubt on unemployment, inflation, absolutely. But we need to focus on three particular areas as youth of the nation. Self-reflection, self-improvement, and most importantly, societal development. Ladies and gentlemen, my only point here is to stand here among eminent people and
prove this point that this budget adequately addresses these issues, and with our collective efforts and small steps will we be able to reach this conclusion. I'd only like to end by telling you to vote unanimously for this bill, and let me tell you at the end, तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है? तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है? तू चल, तेरे वजूद की समय को तलाश है, समय को तलाश है. धन्यवाद, नमस्कार, thank you so much, जय हिंद, जय भारत. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any question? House is open. Yes.
Hello. My question is, I'm from Guwahati University. My question is simple, like you have mentioned that we are shifting to UPI. Considering one of the key aspects that have been introduced, that the GST 40% will be implemented in the cashless transaction. Are we going back into the cashless to cash more transaction after that? What are your opinions about that?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Talking about this initiative of the UPI reduces the corruption that is there, which is present. According to my views, I feel this is a very right move by the government to tackle it, where you have non-state actors that play a very important role in corruption, in bringing in fake notes and selling in weapons within the domestic territory of India. But UPI payments is a very safe option. So I feel that this raise which you are speaking about is absolutely adequate, keeping in mind the growth, the competitiveness with the communities, with the countries that have been involved with us. This taxation is required, and I believe as empowered youth we can achieve it if we work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I request the audience to please confine to the topic, please. Our main focus area is employment generation and inflation control. So your question should be directly focused on these two broad areas. So our next speaker, Yatrik Sharma, JB Law College, against the motion.
With the permission of the speaker, sir, I would like to start.
Yes, please.
Anupayuktam na yojyam. That which is inadequate is not worthwhile. Speaker, sir, most of the members of the Treasury Bench have been going on praising the budget of 2024 as if it is the one-stop solution for both unemployment and inflation. However, maybe they have not read the motion in toto or carefully, because whenever a motion is set forth, the words of the motion are very carefully selected, and one such crucial and critical word of the motion is the word adequately, which most of the people have missed. Now, Speaker, sir, whenever we ask anyone that what are required for employment generation, most of them will say education, skills, etc. But the most important thing for employment is job vacancies. And while including a lot of fancy terms like e-vouchers, skill programs, etc., the government have forgotten to add the term of job vacancies even one time in the whole of the budget 2024. Now, Speaker, sir, talking about internships, to be noted, internships and not jobs, the budget of 2024 states that almost 1 crore youth will get internships over the span of 5 years. Now, rationally speaking, according to Statista, the total population of India is 1.44 billion, and the total youth was 27% of the population, which is approximately 389 million, and the youth unemployment rate was at 15.7%, which comes to over a crore. So, giving 1 crore crore internships over a span of 5 years is not adequately fixing the problem at all. Speaker sir, the budget's approach to both unemployment and inflation reminds me of a man trying to fix a leaking roof by putting a bucket in under it. Yes, it may catch a drop, but it cannot fix the leaking roof. Speaker sir, coming to the point of MGNREGA, which was stated by a member of the Treasury bench, around 60,000 crore was allocated to MGNREGA. Now here are two things. Firstly, it is still lower than the revised estimates of the previous year, and secondly, given the rising job demands under MGNREGA, this allocation is far from being adequate. Speaker sir, coming to the point of inflation, the Phillips curve talks about the relation between unemployment and inflation, where if the unemployment rate is low, inflation tends to be high. This makes me realize the utter inefficiency of the government in controlling inflation and unemployment, because both unemployment and inflation are high in India, and this can happen in two phenomena. Firstly, stagflation. Stagflation is a phenomena where both unemployment and inflation can be high, and it happens due to two factors. Firstly, supply side shocks, and secondly, due to mistakes in policy making. And secondly, the other phenomena is known as the long-run Phillips curve, which happens because the unemployment rate cannot be contained, and as such, due to the high rate of unemployment in the very long run, the natural rate of economy comes to be the same, regardless of what the inflation is. Speaker sir, the budget did not offer any significant income tax relief to the middle class people, and the middle class people are the ones who suffer most from the inflation. Secondly, the standard deduction and tax slabs were largely unchanged, almost unchanged, because and this makes it very less relief from the rise in cost of living. And thirdly, sir, the supply side issues such as disruptions in the agricultural supply chains and the transportation, increase in the transportations. And sir, the budget did not allocate sufficient resources to address these bottlenecks. Finally, speaker sir, it is hysterical to say that the budget of 2024 is irrational, unconventional, and only deceitful to the entire public at large. As such, I would like to
Please sum up. Your time is
yes,
over.
Sir. As such, I would like to urge the members of the Treasury bench to give up their baseless arguments and be reasonable and
Please conclude.
join us in not passing the motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any question, please? Yes.
Greetings, respected speaker, sir. Greetings, body member to opponent. Firstly, I would like to point out that the scheme of providing internship to youth in 500 reputed companies was actually not meant for generating employment. It was for actually providing experience to them. Now coming to the question, sir, don't you think that if the youth, they get some meaningful exposure to experience, don't you think that the companies will be able to identify the potentially talented youth and provide them with further long-term prospect for job?
Fine, sir. So, when you said that to find if they have proper skills or not, for that also the government needs to give budget for the skill development. As per the budget's focus, for the skill development, it had a very modest allocation to program like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, and seeing the rate of unemployment amongst the youth, such kind of so small allocation towards the skill development is not enough. And if they go to internship without the skill development, how will they get jobs? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rockteam Ranojoy Neuk speak for the motion representing Guwahati University.
Respected speaker person in the August House, let me begin by quoting the American educator Peter Drucker, and I hereby quote, "The ultimate resource for developing an economy is the people. It is the people, not capital or raw resources or materials, which is responsible for developing the economy," unquote. Respected speaker person, as I firmly believe that the Union Budget 2024 has been made to fulfill the dreams and aspirations of the Indian people, hence I stand here to speak firmly in favor of the given bill of the House. But respected speaker person, before we directly jump into discussing the union budget itself, let us learn a little bit about the history of our economy. Respected speaker person, according to the employment survey, economic survey of 2023-24, the periodic labor survey, force survey, or the PLFS, done by the National Statistical Organization under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, has mentioned that the all India unemployment rate has been falling down since the COVID-19 pandemic, and the labor force participation rate has been increasing, the work to population ratio has been increasing, and according to the periodic labor force survey, the number of unemployed youth has been reduced from 17% in 2017-18 to just 10% in 2022. And also, the female labor force participation rate has also been increasing by 16.9 percentage points. Respected speaker person, next talking about inflation, India's retail inflation has dropped below the RBI's targeted rate, and the reduction on the year-on-year inflation, according to the All India Consumer Price Index, has also been reducing. And also the food inflation for July 2024 has been the lowest since July 2023. Respected speaker person, with this available data, I am still wondering how our honorable opposition bench members are still arguing vehemently to prove that the union budget of 2024 has failed to address the problems of unemployment and inflation, whereas these two problems have been perfectly contained by the previous union budgets passed by our government. Respected speaker person, with this I remember the quote of the American author Jim Rohn, and I hereby quote, "Worst kind of arrogance is arrogance from ignorance," unquote. And hereby the members of the opposition bench are so ignorant from the fact that the budget is just a mere accounting document, and that all budgets have its own limitations, and it actually represents the roadmap for the economic development of the to be carried out by the government over the next 5 years. Hence, respected speaker person, I would like to remind them that just basing your arguments on mere assumptions on a budget which is just less than 2 months old and not arguing with facts is actually full of flaws. Next, respected speaker person, let's discuss about the union budget of 2024 itself. The government has 3 employment-linked incentives, which are direct benefit transfer to the newly employed people who are registered under the Employment Provident Fund organization, whom will be allotted a 1 month salary, which will be divided into 3 installments of 15,000 each. Next is the incentives for job creation in the manufacturing sector, which will be provided both to the employment and the employee. Next is the reimbursement of an amount of rupees 3,000 per month to the employer for contributing to the Provident Fund organization. Next, respected speaker person, if we talk about the infrastructure development, 1,000 industrial training institutes will be upgraded. The Amritsar-Kolkata industrial corridor will be established. Then there will be development of nearly 100 huts or food stalls or street food areas in nearly 100 selected cities. And the National Thermal Power Corporation, along with the Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited, in a joint venture, will establish a 800 megawatt power plant, and all these projects will generate millions of jobs. Also, respected speaker person, this program of providing internships to youth in 500 reputed companies with a monthly allowance of 5,000 and an additional allowance of 6,000 rupees will not only provide them with experience but also provide the companies with
time is over.
Yes, sir. With an opportunity to identify the potentially talented people and provide them with further job opportunities. Hence, respected speaker person, lastly, I would like to wind up my speech by mentioning about the quote of former economist Amartya Sen, and I hereby quote, "Economic
Please
growth
conclude,
without..."
these will be viewed adversely. Please conclude.
Yes, sir, just one line. "The economic growth without investing in human development is unsustainable and unethical." Thank you, respected speaker,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, House.
Any question? Yes.
Hi everyone, this is Dheeraj Kumar again, ARSG College, Delhi University. My question is to you, sir, that you quoted about female labor force participation ratio data. But when I saw my data, there is a sense of comparison in rural sector. 2017-18, 24.6%, and 2023 is 41.5%, which shows a steady growth. But when I compare to urban sector, there is 2017-18, 20.4%, and now it's 2023, it's just 25.4%. Then how can you say there is an equal growth in both the sector of female labor force participation ratio, as you mentioned in your speech about inclusive growth in both the sector, about female labor force participation ratio? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. I would like to answer with the due permission of the speaker person. Sir, firstly, yes. I never mentioned about any inclusive growth in my speech, that the budget mentions about any inclusive growth. I just mentioned that as per the economic survey of 2023-24, it has mentioned that the female labor participation rate has increased by 16.9% points. However, I did not compare this data with any other available data such as the male labor force participation rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Priyansi Bashumutari against the motion, representing Tata Institute of Social Science, Guwahati.
Much like the blind man in the ancient tale who touched only one part of the elephant and mistook it for something else, the Union Budget 2024 offers fragmented solution. It addresses aspects of unemployment and inflation but fails to provide a unified strategy. This is why I feel obliged to stand here and go against the motion that this budget does not adequately address the growing crisis of unemployment and inflation that are impacting millions of Indians here. Honorable Speaker, I have seen graduates, especially in agricultural science, forced into daily labor due to severe lack of job opportunities. Case like this represents the widespread unemployment crisis that affects countless numbers of individuals across our nations. Recent data from the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy itself reveals that there has been an increase of 2.2% in unemployment in June in 2 months itself. The numbers shouldn't have increased if the budget effectively addressed the unemployment issue. The Treasury bench might argue that the 11 lakh crore allocated for capital expenditure will create jobs. But let's be real. While big infrastructure projects are great for long-term growth, they won't offer immediate help for the 66% of educated youths and 21% of urban youths who are currently unemployed and sitting idle in their homes. India cannot afford to wait for years for these projects to translate into jobs. We need immediate job creation, which this budget fails to provide. The government has allocated rupees 86,000 crore to MG and Regas, an increase of 26,000 crore rupees from the last year budgets. The Treasury bench might highlight this as a positive step, but they are conveniently ignoring the fact that it remains 19,000 crore less than the scheme's actual expenditure of 1 lakh crore in the previous financial year. As per the Ministry of Rural Development, activists argue that such low allocation will artificially suppress the demand for work, leaving millions of rural workers without employment opportunities. With 41,000 crore already spent in the first 4 months, leaving only 44,000 crore for the remaining 8 months, how will the government ensure adequate rural development when the funds are already running dry? The Treasury bench is misguided if they claim that the budget's focus on infrastructure spending will indirectly control inflation, because this fails to address the root cause of inflation, especially food and fuel price volatility. In 2023, India faced a 9.4% food inflation rate and significant price hikes, yet the budget offers no direct relief. Instead, it cuts the food subsidy by 7,000 crore, even though they are aware of the fact that inflation affects the lower income households the most. How can this budget claim to fight inflation while reducing essential subsidies? Even fertilizer subsidies was cut by 50,000 crores, which will raise costs for farmers, making food more expensive and worsening inflation.
With the prices of essential items already up by more than 8%, how can the budget justify that this cuts will be benefiting the people? This could make it more difficult for the Reserve Bank of India to control inflation using monetary policies. At the same time, the budget's employment initiatives like the production-linked incentive scheme and the rupees 5,000 internship stipends feel like symbolic gestures in a country where still only 51% of Indian graduates are considered employable. The Union Budget 2024 may seem ambitious, but it falls to confront the real issues of unemployment and inflation, with insufficient focus on rural development, inadequate measures to curb inflation, and a narrow approach to skill development. It misses the mark. As Nobel laureate Amartya Sen said, poverty is not just about income, but about the lack of opportunity. Can we truly address our economic challenges with such kind of opportunities that the unemployed people can't even have their hands on? Thank you.
Thank you. House is open for question. Yes, please.
Ma'am, you have mentioned the Manrega Act, that it has been 60,000 crores last year, and it has generated more than 10 million of jobs as per to my stats. So how can you say that adding more to Manrega Act won't be beneficial in this year? Because last year it has been seen a growth rate of more than 10 million people.
Sorry, could you repeat it again?
Manrega Act last year was having 60,000 crores, was invested with 60,000 crores. And it has shown a growth of 10 million people getting the job. And this time you yourself has said that it has been add on further. So how can you say that it is not helping in the growth of unemployment, in the reduction of unemployment and the growth of employment in Indian economy?
So it is true that MGNREGA might be adding to more employment, but comparing with the population of India, MGNREGA still hasn't brought the employment level as much as high as it needs to be. As we can also see that even if MGNREGA is trying to help the people, they're not able to give adequate skills to the people. And it also has been seen that MGNREGA has been applied to some specific places only, because I've also been to such villages where such kind of schemes doesn't even apply. And they don't even get the skills for the employment. And even if they do, there has been instances where there has been lack of funds and they couldn't even start their own enterprises or get any kind of jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Govinda Upadhyay, for the motion, San Edmunds College.
Am I audible? Is it too loud? I don't think so. So, on the start of 1, 2, 3, please start it. 1, 2, 3. A very good afternoon to honorable speaker, sir, respected jury members and everyone present out here. Today, I stand here to strongly support the motion which states that Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Now, the opposition was putting a lot of sugar, so much that I can see on their faces of the member out here that they are tired of it. Now, let me give you a little bit salt and sour taste of it. So, explaining budget may sometimes feel like explaining rocket science to a cat. Why? Because it is very hectic, you know. But this time, the budget is very clear-cut. How? Because it is more like a Bollywood thriving film, which is earring so much that we have to argue it on a debate field. Now, speaking of unemployment, the budget, I guess everyone have been to a field where you have seen a middle class person struggling to find a job after graduating. they may exhaust the entire income of the family, and the future may look uncertain to them. Well, worry not. In this budget, we have been allocated 11 lakhs crores to the infrastructural gap. Well, how will it help? Because the infrastructural gap will help those unemployed people to get employment through it. So it is indirectly generating employment, and at the same time, infrastructure is very much needed for a good communication and transportation. To continue with, I have heard many people saying, what will happen with infrastructural gap? Worry not, because you guys were speaking about AI taking over the job. Yeah, I agree that AI may take over the job more faster than we can create it. But in this bill, we also have been allocated with the Skill Enhancement Training Act, in which we will create those AIs which will take over the jobs. Indirectly, it is also creating employment for us. I hope the opposition is now understanding how unemployment is being addressed over here. Now, there are more yojanas for this, like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, which has been allocated 12,000 crore. I hope the opposition doesn't find it too less, because I heard on the script which is very less. 12,000 crore is not very less, I hope so. And moreover, 10 million youths will be given the internship over 500 top-notch companies, and it is for the experience and the better skill development. Now, speaking about inflation, we all have been to grocery shops and keep stocking our bill that maybe we are not overpriced for a price of an iPhone for the groceries which we have purchased, and we must always double check the bill so that incidentally or accidentally we are not overpriced. Worry not. This year budget also solve it by providing 20,000 crores to the Agri Infrastructural Fund. It is the testament and commitment of the bill which shows that it is working. Now, to conclude, listening somewhat about what can we do with the budget, or is it actually real, how does that? The Manrega Act was given a chance, and it has given employment to more than 10 million people. What do you expect from that? Because this budget is also focusing on skills and development field. So if Manrega was successful, I am very much confined that this budget will be more successful than it, because it was allocated more amount of funds, and it is more testament to say it that the budget is going in a very high pace, which we can see right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Yes, please.
Rashmi from Ramjas College. So you talked about the Manrega scheme and how it is extremely useful. So there's a thing, Manrega is not just about providing employment for 100 days, but is also unemployment allowance is going to be provided, right? So in surveys, in the local surveys, mostly the case is they are given unemployment allowance more than they are given employment. And the kind of employment that they are given in these rural areas is like settling bricks or brooming schooling areas, etc. So what kind of jobs you are providing to those areas, rather than why don't you focus on skilling of those people and then get them a better employment rather than giving them unemployment allowance at the same?
I guess you all have heard about the Diksha app, which was created by the government, which provides jobs or jobs-oriented skill management, and it is free of cost, which will develop the skill which you are talking about. I hope so. That was the question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll go for the next speaker. Modangtham Divarani from Nedim Group of Institutes. She'll speak against the motion. Against or for? But here it is written against anyway. There's some confusion in the list. Please.
Good afternoon, dear Speaker Sir and the judges and everyone present here. Kurumzari. First of all, I'm here to support today's motion. We, the people of India, believing in the Viksit Bharat, to achieve the goal of India to become an economic development in the next years. Especially, we dream of having the economic development to be advanced technology, sustainable development. First of all, today I am here to support today's motion, that is the Union Budget 2024 emphasize or adequately address the issue of unemployment and inflation in Indian economy. First of all, my opposition talks about the vacancy, job vacancy regarding that is because like the job vacancy is overcrowded because there's a social stigma at the same time because we think that the government job is the only place where it gives the security of the salary. But this year, this Union Budget 2024 also emphasized to put more on the research and development field, same as the skill and initiative. At the same time, it also encouraged the street vendor or the street food to be encouraged to settle. For example, I come from the Manipur. So Manipur is a place where the economy advancing is something like we never talk about. But Manipur is a place where the street food is the one that sustains the lives of a lot of the young youths out there. So street food become one of the main sustainability of the youth of the today's generation right now. So the Union Budget 2024 emphasizes in every sector of field. So it's not about that the budget is not only allocated in every sector of area. So it encourages every field of sector, whether it may be the artisan, whether it may be from the other informal sector, whether it may be from the research and development field. It encourages every youth out there so that it encourages every youth out there so that they empower themselves to get the job to be operated or to be generated. So I truly support today's motion that is the Union Budget 2024 address the issue of the unemployment issue and inflation. And also, the thing is, especially the foundation, the reason why the issue of the employment is because of the lack of the foundation or the skill and development, same as the research development not being used enough. And this time, our union budget especially emphasized on the research and development of the agriculture field. At the same time, it also encouraged mostly the 9 priorities were given on the union budget, which also includes the research and development field. So, same as that it encourages every sector, everyone to be there, and also it also includes about the rural development. The budget allocation will also put upon the rural development so that every sector of the same as rural and urban development, rural development were put emphasized on the union budget. So we cannot deny the fact that India, being one of the most populous country, dethroning China, are striving towards to be the economic advance. So we cannot deny the fact that being the populous country, at the same time, we are controlling the population, we are controlling the system of the employment. So we cannot deny the fact that India is growing, is developing, and they're trying the best. The government is giving educated, efficient enough to grow enough to reach the goal of the Viksit Bharat that the PM Narendra Modi dream of. So today, I support today's motion saying that we, the people of India, will all together save to achieve the economic development that is Viksit Bharat, that is PM Narendra Modi dream of. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question, please? No question. You can leave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would like to call Babita Paul, University Law College, speak against the motion. She is absent, so we can skip. Avinav Bansal, Uttarakhand University, will speak against the motion.
Hello, am I audible? Shall I start? In the count of 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from a land where 80 crore people are given free ration under Pradhan Mantri Garib Vikas Ann Yojana. A land where 31% middle class people work day and night to feed their family, and the labor class have no future dreams, just to worry for the today's meal. And that class sit on 23rd July 2024 in front of their broken televisions in a hope that education will become affordable, in a hope that inflation will fall down, and in a hope that unemployment will go down and jobs will be created. But yet again and again, their hopes are being crushed by the dirty politics that has been played by our governments, and in reality no implementation has been done but just said in the parliament. And that's why I today stand against the motion, believing that 2024 union budget does not adequately addresses unemployment and inflation for the Indian economy. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about inflation and unemployment, these are not just two individual words, but they are interconnected with every single statement that is said in the union budget. Currently, we are having a 9.2% unemployment rate, that is 12.88 crore out of 140 CR of population, and the government says that we will give 4.1 CR employment in next 5 years. But I ask, after 5 years, what will be the population? What will be the unemployment rate? No one can even imagine how fastly we are growing in terms of population. And let's assume we got a job. But the question is it enough respectful and is it enough appropriate according to your degree and qualification? Because in Haryana, 46,000 people that are postgraduate and graduates apply for a sweeper job. In Gujarat, 17 lakh people are applying for 3,400 assistant jobs. Just imagine the condition of my country, the instability, the unorganized sector we are having in reality in the ground. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring some attention in this hall. The most important point is women's safety. We are every year seeing women employment is decreasing because women are not safe in their workplace. The most important point is, someone says in the parliament that Mahila Samman Yojana 3.0, 3.3 lakh crores will be spent for the Mahila Samman, but at the same time a doctor has been raped in a hospital in West Bengal. The whole country stands with her, but not a single politician helps her and says to give 10 lakh rupees to a doctor as a compensation who has been murdered by someone. And when we talk about inflation, The first thing that comes in my mind that no one talked in this auditorium today is indexation benefit. Because now a normal middle class man can never even imagine to buy a house in a metropolitan city because government has removed indexation benefit that will increase so much of expenses and inflation in the property, in the home purchasing. At last but not the least, I will say that we come from a country where 13 bridges collapses in 3 weeks that not only questions the government fake implementation and fake promises in the parliament, but I come from a country where 90 rape cases happen with a girl in my country every day. That decreases the woman employment, increases the inflation. And this middle class man again every year sits in front of a broken television in a hope that one day this nation will give him the shelter, will protect her daughter, will protect the son. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Only one question I'll take. I can see 3 hands. You have asked, you also asked. What about you? Did you ask any question before?
I've asked only one question.
Okay. Then it's your turn.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Saksham Tiwari. I am from Atmaram Sanatan Dharma College, University of Delhi. So my simple question to you is, how these disgusting rape cases are even related to the problem and the issue of unemployment, inflation, and you are constantly quoting from the question answer round to the speech round that rapes are here. Then how can you connect these? Please give us the stats so that everyone can know.
Thank you, sir, for your nice question. Because I was having a time bond, I'm glad that you asked this question. I would like to ask everyone, this might sound a little bad, but I would like to ask, will you send your daughters to a hospital where she can be raped, but she is getting employment? In my country, if the girls will not be able to go to the jobs, not because they are not skilled, not because they are uneducated, just because they are rapers sitting in the hospital and they will rape that daughter, rape your wife, will you send them? Will you send them? I don't think so. I will send my daughter to a hospital where some rapers are sitting and the government will support to them. The point is, when it comes to employment, it comes to the protection of the employee. When it comes to employment, it comes that they should get enough salary that their children can feed at their home, they can get a good education. When it comes to employment, it's not just a word you say in the parliament, you address and then you sit and bridges are collapsing, people are dying, Manipur is burning, everything is disturbing, inflation is high and employment is nowhere. It's just a mirage you are creating in our country. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I request the organizers, please shut the door. Kundan Yame, Nerim Group of Institutes, speak against the motion.
Sir, with due respect, I would like to...
Yes, please. Yes.
A very pleasant evening to everyone. I am Kundan Yame, a student of Nerim Group of Institutions, will be speaking against the motion, which is the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issue of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. The Union Budget 2024, which was presented on 23rd July 2024 by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitaram, does not address the issue of unemployment. So I'll give some of the points why. So many of the people have said about the skill, they will be providing skill, but only the skill is it like skills and job vacancy are the two different things. We can provide skills to millions and millions of people, but can we provide job vacancy to millions and millions of people? Which is no, absolutely no. The youth in India is raising every day, but the government does not like, but the government Sorry. The youth in India are increasing every day, but the government are not being able to provide them a job. So in informal sector and formal sector, or organized sector or unorganized sector, the unemployment is widespread everywhere. So unemployment in organized sector is 9.2%. Therefore, let's not discuss about the unorganized sector because we can see the leakage in the organized sector itself. Some of the examples or points for unemployment are: UP government had 368 seats for a peon job, where 23 lakhs of the youth have been there for the entrance test. Second, the railway station in India had 63,000 posts for a job, where 1.5 crores of the youths were there for the employment, for the job. Thirdly, in Maharashtra, there was only 12 seats in a canteen where 7,000 people have participated for the entrance test, which is quite threatening because out of 7,000 people who have participated in the entrance test of Maharashtra in a canteen was not only the graduate or uneducated people, but it was involved all graduate, undergraduate, and postgraduates. How high youth employment rates threaten Indians and social stability. Every year, thousands and thousands of people graduates, but the government fails to provide them an adequate job. The government collects lots of taxes from the people, Aam Aadmi like us, but they fails to provide job or give anything in return. Nor the education sector has been, education sectors in the rural coastal areas are hopeless, and healthcare are hopeless in a village. So thousands and thousands of people die every day from the rural areas due to improper healthcare center. The biggest question, like 57% of the Indian population are worried about raising prices of goods, which is a significant increase in 27% since last year. The biggest question in our mind is, why are people worried? So go and take a look in a wholesale market. In December 2023, 19% prices were high when it comes to food items like pulses, atta, rice, vegetables, and etc.
Please sum up.
Comparing to previous year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for him? I presume there is no question. So we'll go for the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Gaurav Kashyap, speak for the motion, JB Law College.
We are very good lawyers for our own mistakes, but very good judges for the mistakes of others. Honorable Speaker, sir, there is a famous quote which states that while it is always possible to wake up a person who is sleeping, it is no amount of noise can wake up a person who's just pretending to be asleep, which totally resembles my fellow opposition bench members who, without even a basic idea about the concept of union budget and today's bill, are opposing the motion, because of which I totally support the proposed bill, and I clearly say that the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Honorable Speaker, sir, the basic objectives of a government budget which the members of the opposition must know includes the objectives to ensure efficient allocation of resources, reduce unemployment and poverty level, reduce income and wealth disparities, and to to keep a check on prices and change tax structures, which every budget has been doing since 1948 to 2024, making a significant contribution in building India as the 5th largest economy and in increasing the per capita income of this great Bharat from rupees 265 in 1950 to rupees 1,28,829 in 2020-21. Honorable Speaker, sir, today we are living in a digital world, and the next big revolution is going to be a digital revolution where, according to a report titled ICET Forces Shaping Future of Technology, it was clearly stated that artificial intelligence is expected to add $967 billion to the Indian economy by the year 2035 and around $450 to $500 million to the country's GDP by 2025, accounting for 10% of country's target for $5 trillion GDP, which can be fulfilled with adequate research, development and innovations only, which the priority 8 of the union budget clearly focuses, where an investment of rupees 1 lakh crore is guaranteed to operationalize the Anusadhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development and to operationalize and invest in private sector driven research at a commercial scale, which will not only increase the national income but will also bring a growth in the employment generation of this country, through which we can tell the world that with a new technology, a big an old problem and a big idea, we were able to transform our people into innovators and their productivity into innovations. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Space Foundation's The Space Report 2022 clearly stated that the space economy was worth $469 billion in 2021. Moreover, the European Space Agency also claimed that the new space infrastructure has brought benefits to industries including meteorology, energy, telecommunication, insurance, transportation, aviation, maritime and urban development. And except my fellow opposition bench members, all of us are aware of our potential in space research, because of which the Union Budget 2024 is a symbol of brilliance, which is focusing on the expansion of the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years and has set up a venture capital fund of rupees 1,000 crore. Honorable Speaker, sir, as said by Miss Helen Keller, the only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision, which totally resembles my fellow opposition bench members, for whom the priority 2 of the union budget seems invisible, which cited that as part of the PM's package, 3 schemes for employment-linked incentives to be implemented, where Scheme A focuses on first-timers, Scheme B focuses on job creation in manufacturing sector, and Scheme C advocates support for employers. So even after saying this much, if my fellow opposition bench members wants to stay constant to their decision to blindly oppose this bill, then their argument sounds no different than claiming 1939 Germany as a safe country for Jews and North Korea as a safe country for democracy and democratic rights. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you, respected members of this House.
Thank you. Any question? No question. Thank you. I'd like to call Dipyan Nag to speak against the motion representing KC Das Commerce College.
Hello, check, hello. Mahatma Gandhi once said, quoted, "Poverty is the worst form of violence," unquote. Good morning, good afternoon everyone. We are here today to evaluate whether the Union Budget 2024 specifically discussed 2 critical issues or not. One is unemployment and another is inflation. And we strongly believe that this year's budget made some efforts but falls far short what is required to tackle these economic challenges. Respected Speaker, sir, in India, day after day, the youths are struggling to get employment. And on the other hand, India's youth population is rapidly growing. and the budget does not provide enough targeted initiatives for youth employment. But this year budget also fails to address the issue of underemployment, where workers are employed in jobs that do not fully utilize their skills. By not prioritizing these areas, the budget neglects the need for a more future workforce. Furthermore, let us not overlook the bullish rise in inflation rates, which are, as per current reports, hovers around 6%. Price of basic goods and services have been rising continuously. Respected Speaker, sir, this year budget does talk about controlling inflation, but the steps taken forward are not strong enough to bring down prices significantly. Moreover, 2024 budget appeals to favor big businesses and urban areas while ignoring the needs of small business and rural areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the Treasury bench may give solutions that by lowering import duties and improving supply chains can control inflation. But the question, Speaker sir, here is it might help reduce costs in certain sectors, but it exposes the domestic injustice which creates the greater competition, which can lead to job losses. Additionally, these measures target supply side inflation without addressing the demand side issues such as insufficient wages and purchasing power amongst the population. Respected Speaker sir, in 2024 budget development programs were highlighted, but the question arises is who will implement these programs effectively and when they will become operational. Shouldn't we demand the detailed timelines and accountability measures for our policymakers? In conclusion, Speaker sir, while the Union Budget 2024 does make some attempts to address unemployment and inflation, but these efforts are superficial at best. The government has missed a crucial opportunity to create sustainable inclusive growth for the Indian economy. For these reasons, we must oppose the motion. Lastly, Speaker sir, addressing issues and implementing them are two different things. The government did address but drastically fails to implement it. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. House is open for question. Any question, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Saksham Tiwari for the motion, ARS the College, Delhi.
Shubha Shandhya Asham. With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, sir.
Please go ahead.
I would like to request the timekeepers to please start my timer on the reverse self count of 3, 2, 1. Today, we are living in a nation which will surely attain the grand position of Viksit Bharat in 2047. And as I strongly stand in the favor of the motion, I can say to my opposition and give logical arguments to the opposition that we will surely attain that position. As the Union Budget adequately addresses two major issues of unemployment and inflation. Honorable Speaker, sir, respected jury members, and my dear fellow debaters. I, Saksham Tiwari, the youth of this nation from Atmaram Sanatan Dharma College, University of Delhi, stand strongly in the favor of the motion and on this auspicious stage of Assam. We can see that there were a lot of speakers, but there are not coming new points and new perspective. I personally will present new points, new perspective, and new explanation. Panel, we can see that there were debaters, but they weren't aware that what adequately addressing means. Through the deep analysis of Indian economy, we can say that adequately addressing means in three parts. A, the issues are being acknowledged. B, the solutions are being provided. And C, practical implementations of the solutions on the practical ground on both short term and long term. Panel, when we understand the employment and the claims, the budget claims that India will become Saksham, Swatantra and Samrit. Panel, when understanding and addressing the issues of unemployment in this economy, there are three major dimensions. A, job creation and internship opportunities. B, making these accessible and sustainable. And C, skill-related arguments. There were many arguments that we are able to attain the employment through various examples, like 11.11 lakh crore of budget by applying in the infrastructural development and industries. But the new point is that no one is talking about the tourism sector. Panel, we can see that through the tourism sector, India can generate employment. How? India will generate employment through the tourism sector by increasing the budget in the infrastructure, and through this a market will get created, and through this a new employment sector will be generated, which is included in the Indian budget. Panel, when we talk about making this job and internship accessible, I want to give the counter to my opposition. Then we can see there's a new point that by reducing the corporate tax, which we are doing, we can lead to more money in the hands of entrepreneurs. Hence, there will be more production, hence there will be more work, and hence there will be more employment. Panel, we can see that through skill-related investments, we can do many things like skilling, like skills in special, skills in tech, productivity, innovations, soft skills like communication. We can see that freelancing and dropshipping. Panel, we can see that our opposition is hesitating in talking about inflation because they know they can't defend it. By my perspective, I can say through the Indian budget, to solve the problem of lack of supply due to which inflation rises, the infrastructure and manufacturing units will rise the production, and hence the rupee will get strengthened. Research and development and technological advancement will lower the cost of raw materials, and hence price hikes will get reduced. Lowering the corporate tax will result in FDI and FII. This will strengthen the Indian rupee. Panel, to conclude, I would like to say that all the above stated schemes, initiatives and policies strengthen the economy and benefit all of us. Either it's 1 out of 140 crore me or 1 out of 140 crore you. With this, I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question? Yes.
Greetings everyone. My name is Devansh Chan from Hindu College. Sir, in your speech, as you quoted about the tourism sector, you said that more infrastructure, to build more infrastructure would be enhancing the tourism sector, and hence we could generate more employment in that particular sector. And you demanded more budget allocation for the infrastructure development through your speech. But when we scrutinize the budget, we see that there's been always anyway an allocation of 11,111 crore rupees for infrastructure development. So A, on what ground are you asking that how much more, on what ground are you asking that more infrastructure development investment should be done? And B, what that fund should be utilized for again? Because we see the case of Ladakh in India where infrastructure development is leading to hazardous tasks, and the people themselves are demanding Schedule 6 and protesting against it.
Thank you so much for your question, sir. So firstly, I would like to say that if you heard my speech, then I said the infrastructural development budget allocation, which is 11.11 lakh crores, should be used and is being used in the sector of tourism, which is leading to infrastructural development. Hence, there will be a greater market, greater economy, and then it will lead to employment generation. And adding to it, I would like to say that if we do this, we can see that you talked about Ladakh and various tourist places. We can see that if the tourism is high in our India, then we can see both things. Firstly, the foreigners will come to India and they'll invest if they see that the infrastructural development and the facilities are proper in India, then they'll invest in India. Secondly, the internal tourism of India will increase. Hence, the supply-demand graph, which we think, and the money flow will increase. And this will reduce the corruption, and hence the money will strengthen because the money flow will be in the economy. So with this, I rest my case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Dhiman Chakraborty, Royal Global University, and he'll speak against the motion.
Am I audible? At a count of 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon to the Honorable Speaker, sir, and all the members of this House. In the words of Stephen Hawking, I quote, "The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance. It is the illusion of knowledge," unquote. Perhaps in the tapestry of mankind, where many are being blinded by the statistical allocation in the Union Budget 2024, on proper rectification, it can be realized that these short-term allocations only provide temporary relief rather than long-term solutions, and the budget completely defies to tackle the root causes of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Therefore, it becomes my moral as well as social obligation to stand firmly in this House against today's motion, which is the Union Budget 2024 adequately addresses the issues of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Speaker, sir, before delving into the depth of my arguments, I would like to state a basic fundamental fact that the Union Budget is a fiscal policy that addresses economic issues such as inflation and unemployment through spending and tax policies. However, the Union Budget 2024 takes an incentive-based approach, revealing its inadequacy. Speaker, sir, allow me to walk you through why I strongly believe that the Union Budget 2024 does not adequately addresses the problems of inflation and unemployment in the Indian economy. At the very onset, the Union Budget allocates 1.52 lakh crore for agriculture and its allied sectors with a predominant emphasis on research and development. This disproportionate emphasis serves as a one-size-fits-all solution without taking into interest the specific circumstances and issues of disguised unemployment, which is one of the root causes of unemployment in the Indian economy. Speaker, sir, secondly, the Union Budget prioritizes significant capital investment in infrastructure and focuses on fiscal consolidation, which directly impacts toll collection on highways. The rising toll prices, along with industry privatization, had led to escalating prices of goods and services, and the Union Budget hereby lacks a targeted approach to handle long-term inflation. Speaker, sir, one of the major solutions to structural unemployment is through implementing educational reforms. The Union Budget 2024 only allocates 4.6% of its total GDP to education, which itself is insufficient. Despite recommendation from key educational policies like the Kothari Commission report, the National Policy on Education, and the National Education Policy 2020, India is struggling to meet the target of allocating 6% of its GDP to education. Speaker, sir, the learned members of the Treasury are blinded by the illusion of statistical allocation of rupees 1.48 lakh crore to education, employment and skilling, which states that it will create a skilled workforce for the future. However, according to the Economic Survey Report 2023-24, only 51% of the Indian graduates are employable, and the budget lacks to tackle such problems with real-time solutions. Speaker, sir, the learned members of the Treasury is trying to implement incentives and beneficiaries, but it's high time that the Treasury realizes that we do not need an incentive-based approach or beneficiaries, but rather we need schemes and reforms that would actually benefit the poor masses of this country. We understand that we need to create a skilled workforce for the future, but at the very same time, we should not neglect the 49% of Indian graduates who still remains unemployable at the present time. Speaker, sir, after stating all this, if the learned members of the Treasury are still very adamant with their viewpoint, it somewhat reminds me of a very famous statement of an Irish orator and playwright, George Bernard Shaw, who once rightfully stated, and I quote, "Be aware of false knowledge. It is more dangerous than ignorance," unquote. With this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you, Speaker, sir. Thank you, House.
Thank you. Any question? Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. My question to you would be, according to reports, the UNESCO recommends that countries allocate between 4 to 6% of their GDP to education, which the budget is currently doing. So how would you like to counter this statement, which it is fulfilling already?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your question.
Vedika Das, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your question. With prior permission from the speaker, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Ma'am, in a country like India, it's after 7 decades of independence when we got the National Education Policy 2020 that emphasizes on skill development. It was very disheartening to see the learned members of the Treasury stating that the Indian graduates are unskillable or non-skillable, and they stated that it is not the problem of the government. I still remember the leader of the Treasury bench stating this particular statement as a reply to a question. Now, for us, if we need to address the problem of unemployment, at least 6%, not 4.6%. We are implementing skill-based education. We are talking about infrastructural development in education sector. Now, if we want to implement smart sectors, specifically in research scholars and for upper education, our budget is very less. So for that, we have to at least implement 6% so that we could address particularly the problems of unemployment and inflation in the Indian economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call the next speaker for the motion. Sangjim B. Barooah College.
Am I audible? At the count of 1, 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, sir, my opposition remind me of the human nature, that they always see the bad rather than the good. They are linking about unemployment that the government hasn't taken any initiative. For example, they are keeping on reminding us that the government unemployment that programs have been taken are not as successful as they meant to be. But they are keeping on forgetting that government has given many chances. For example, our economy is a mixed economy, so there is chances for many things, from private sectors to government sectors. For example, private sectors like anything. For